been assigned a task? Is it okay to have cups up here? Cold spring? Actually, just like you have.
So, Pablo is asking that we put all that stuff out of sight so it doesn't show on the videos.
Can't see that, right?
I mean, obsessive people just
It's good. It's good to have those in our life, right?
So, at 9, I'm going to stand there with that microphone, just do whatever I need to do, including giving the microphone to my chair, Doug Rogers, who will say whatever he needs to say. And after that, I'll just introduce you, and then I will just put my microphone down and you've got yours.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Let us know what you need.
Thanks so much. Now, the way when you go through the first question, this is what she was explaining you, because the images on the screen are going to come up in this sequence. When you invite them to say something about them or however you want to do it, but go in that sequence, because when Pablo hears you say Carla Stover, boom, Carla comes up. When you say Lauren comes up. That's all we have right now.
All right, sounds good. Morning. Good. Carla, where's the ladies' room? If you go out, go right, and there's like a long hallway. Go down the hallway, and there's on the right. Yeah.
It's a long time since I've been in here.
Right? I know. I don't think I've ever been in this room, actually, and I work here, so.
I forgot it takes about an hour to get down a block in New Haven, too. So I was hoping to get there earlier.
True.
I'm here.
Yeah. No, I'm glad to see you.
Yeah. Are these assigned or just
No, I think just sit down anywhere you like. She was our fellow here.
Good morning, everyone.
We can talk about it later. Yeah, sounds good.
How the teachers doing? Amazing. Those of you with young children, what are teachers doing? They say that something like raising a hand. And we can raise. Lovely. So we still have 9 sharp. So welcome you all to Stoneman Library at Yale University for the conference on fathers and fatherhood, from molecules to modern families. I am thrilled by having you all here together. I'm going to be very, very brief. So thanks for joining us as well. If you're watching us via the YouTube channel of the Foundation. A few words on the mechanics for what's coming next, so that you understand what we're going to be doing. Very soon, in a few minutes, we'll get started with panel 1. And very much like that said, and I've been telling you now for several months, yes, it's been challenging. Let me tell you, it's been challenging. I'm a scientist. What I do, I mean, my bread and butter is just standing up and talking for 20 minutes with 20 slides. I can always go to my security blanket of the slides on the PowerPoint and have completely flipped that. You're all embracing it, and I'm loving it. So let's keep with that spirit. We're going to have the discussions on the panel. For those of you who are not panelists or moderator, we have 3 blocks of 2 hours each. The first hour is going to be a moderated discussion between the moderator of the panel and 3 scientists, after which we're going to have a half-hour discussion at the table. So those of you at the table, we have some of our team members at the table who know well the plans. We just engage in a conversation for 30 minutes, following up on the discussion that the panelists had, coming up with questions that you can then ask the panelists for the last 30 minutes of that discussion. So each panel will be run that way. So with that, let me make sure I'm not forgetting anything that I needed to say. I thank who I needed to thank. I thank you. I thank the audience watching us via YouTube. Next thing I want to do is thank our first moderator of panel number 1, Dr. Linda Nice, who is the director of the Child Study Center at Gettler. So Linda, please, thank you so much for joining us. Thanks for the support of the Child Study Center to the conference. And please, if you would be so kind to introduce the panelists and take it from here.
Thank you so much, Eduardo. It's really delightful to be with you also in this gorgeous room that I think should facilitate reflective thinking about science. So as Eduardo says, I'm Linda Mays. I'm a pediatrician. I'm director of the Child Study Center, and my work focuses on transition to parenthood and how parents make that transition both neurally and socially, and especially both mothers and fathers. I also have worked on the impact of stress and adversity in pregnancy on long-term outcome of children. But what I'm most excited about and honored by is to be together with these 3 panelists, 2 of whom I have just met and 1 of whom I know quite well. So I'm going to turn and ask them to introduce themselves, but just to set the stage, I'll ask them 2 questions. Why did they decide to work on fatherhood? What really most compels them about that? And then what are the exciting things in that perspective that they will be telling us about? And why this is really an important topic in our current time. I hope just not from this panel, but over the day, that you'll be able to think about individual differences in fatherhood, cultural differences, how does the brain change? With these increasing stressful and chaotic times, what is shifting in families and fathers' roles? Those will be the broader issues that I hope come through. But first, let me then turn to my colleague, Carla Stover, and have Carla comment on the questions and introduce yourself, Carla.
Good morning, everybody. It's nice to be here. So I'm Carla Smith Stover. I am the Harris Professor at the Child Study Center and a clinical psychologist by training. And I came to work with fathers. There's some personal reasons as well as professional ones. So my father was a 23-year-old widower of a 1.5-year-old daughter. And so I think my connection with my own dad made me interested in how our father's important and growing up in a blended family and how do those family dynamics impact child development. And then when I went to graduate school, I had the honor to work with Dr. Alicia Lieberman and Patricia Van Horn on the development of child-parent psychotherapy. And as I was doing work with mothers and young children, I became very interested in the lack of contact with fathers who had used violence. Some children whose families there's violence, they have ongoing contact with their dads, and sometimes they don't, and they can't have contact. And in my naivete as a young graduate student, I thought that the children who had no contact with those fathers would be functioning better. And in my dissertation, I learned that that actually wasn't true. The children that didn't have contact with their dads had more internalizing symptoms, more complex feelings about their mothers than preschool children who saw their dads more regularly. So when I came here to Yale as a pre-doc fellow, I was working with the child development community policing program and Dr. Stephen Marins, and I started to do outreach to families impacted by family violence with police officers to try to connect those families, primarily surviving mothers and children, to services and interventions. And what I realized, again, coming back to my interest in fathers, is that the fathers in those families really had no access to good services. No one was thinking about what was driving the violence. How could we connect and support those fathers to be healthy members of their family and to connect with their children for better child outcomes. So since that time, I've spent my career working on developing interventions for dads who have histories of intimate partner violence, often co-occurring substance misuse, and how those interventions can impact their children's development and health, and also the health and well-being of those fathers and men. So that's why I'm here.
Lauren, may I turn to you?
Good morning. I'm Lauren O'Connell. I'm an associate professor of biology at Stanford University. And unlike my other panel members, I'm a neuroscientist that does animal work. And so I became very interested in parenting also as a little personal story. I became very interested in parenting when I was also becoming a parent. And when I became a parent, I was like, wow, this is the most the strongest biological experience I've ever had. And I became very interested then, because I'm a neuroscientist, in the processes that promote parenting in the brain. And I quickly understood that we know a lot about how mom brains work, but we did not understand very much at all about how dad brains work. And so what I wanted to do was try to address that gap. And so I began to look for, behavioral or animal models that I felt like I could study the neural basis of fathers, because one of the reasons there is such a gap in the literature is because laboratory mice and things like that usually they don't readily show fatherhood. And so we ended up working on amphibians, and so they show a lot of variety in who cares for offspring, and they show a lot of variation within a species. There are good dads and there are bad dads. And so we're trying to understand what's going on in the brain to promote fatherhood. And so we've learned quite a lot about them, because the brains are super simple, and this simple circuitry allows us to understand a little bit about this complex behavior, but they have the same, core brain regions and neurons that we do. And so we're trying to understand it from a very mechanistic perspective. Yeah.
Thank you. My name is Lee Gettler. I'm a professor of anthropology at the University of Notre Dame, and I direct the Hormones, Health, and Human Behavior Laboratory there. I also have a personal story, I suppose, about how I got involved in fathering research. I grew up in a pretty small town in Minnesota, and when I was in high school, my friends and I would sit around in the cafeteria and talk about how much bigger and stronger our dads were than us. And this is something you would think you'd probably get through in one conversation, but we actually talked about it quite a bit. We came up with an idea that when men transitioned to fatherhood, their forearms expanded and they got a barrel chest. And in our minds, it was probably because they were carrying their kids around, and so that contributed to these physical changes. Then I went to did my undergraduate at Notre Dame, and I ended up taking a class with someone named Augustine Fuentes, who's a primatologist, and this was in the early 2000s. And I learned about primatologists who were studying some of the only other primates besides humans where dads help to take care of young, which those of you at Yale are very familiar with, because this is what Eduardo specializes in. But some of these monkeys are in Central and South America, and primatologists had started looking at hormones in the dads in these species where dads help to take care of young. So I was really intrigued by this and asked Augustine if anyone was working on it in humans, and the short answer was not really. And so I did a number of kind of independent research studies with Augustine. As an undergraduate, he wanted me to go to graduate school. I thought that was way off the map for me in terms of what was possible. But later, a few years later, decided that that might be something I would return to. And I was still really interested in these questions about how men's biology changes when they transition to fatherhood. So I went to graduate school to study those questions, but didn't have kind of a site in mind, somewhere where I would study them. And when I went to graduate school, I started to work with someone named Chris Kazawa, who was connected to this very large, long-running project in the Philippines. And so I was able to, through Chris, work on that project and track men through time as they went from being single non-fathers in their early 20s to experiencing life history transitions like becoming newly partnered new dads. And so we were able to look at how men's hormones changed across that transition, particularly their testosterone. Kind of prior to that, there was some hints that married fathers in settings like the US often had lower testosterone than single non-fathers, but there was a chicken and an egg question. Were low testosterone men more likely to become partner dads, or did the transition to fatherhood precede those changes? We were able to show that there was these large biologically meaningful changes in men in their 20s when they went from being single non-fathers to newly partnered new dads. And I had always particularly been interested in how we could use these kind of biological data to think about what men were doing in the evolutionary past as fathers, and we were able to connect these data on testosterone and other hormones in the Philippines to men's involvement in their families in direct caregiving. So the dads who were most involved with care had the lowest testosterone. Since then, I've been able to conduct studies. I continue to work on the project in the Philippines. I've done work locally in the South Bend community where Notre Dame is, looking at fathers' hormonal responses the first time they ever meet their new baby on the birthing unit and hold them for the first times, and have shown that dad's biology is immediately responsive from the get-go to these early nurturing interactions. And then as an anthropologist, I'm interested in cultural diversity and how we can think about what it means to be a good dad in different types of societies and ecologies around the world. So I helped start a project with 2 small-scale subsistence societies living in the rainforest in the Republic of the Congo, and we've been able to look at how different cultural systems of family life and fatherhood relates to men's biology, but also the different roles men play in terms of helping to facilitate kind of healthy growth and development for their kids. Thanks.
Thanks to the 3 of you. So I hope you can get a sense that we're going to have actually now a very, very rich discussion. I want to start with a question that can pass among the 3 of you. And the question would be, are there critical periods that actually shape paternal behavior in a time when paternal behavior is especially malleable? And anyone can start.
I can say from the clinical side, what we see, so I do a lot of work with high-risk dads, in particular dads who have histories of using substances, maybe dependent on substances, and are using violence either with partners or also in the community. And at the transition to parenthood, so that the time that dads, learn they're going to be parents, or sometimes after their child is born, they are much more interested and willing to engage in services to try to change and help their behaviors. So they're more likely to be able to engage in and stick with substance abuse treatments, for example, and try to change their behaviors. This isn't universally true. There are dads, I think, who have more psychopathology connected with their substance use. So the dads who have more significant mental health symptoms find the transition to parenthood very, very stressful, and so then their substance use may actually increase. So I think it's a intervention point, certainly for dads, that we see in the work that I do. I'm sure my colleagues have more biological things to say than that.
I can speak kind of similarly or in a complementary way to what Carla said. So I mean, in the work that's been done on changes in men's hormones as they transition to fatherhood, particularly in cultural settings where kind of sensitive nurture and engagement is a valued component of what dads do. I mean, our work in the Philippines showed that dads who have newborns at home, their testosterone went down on average about 42%, and it doesn't stay that low, but that's this immediate, really dramatic response. And like I said, we showed that in the immediate moments after their babies are born, when fathers hold their babies for the first time, relatively unsurprisingly, their oxytocin spikes way up. So I think that it is also a biologically sensitive period for fathers in some ways that overlap with what we see in mothers, and in other ways that may be distinct to dads in male biology. so I think there's an opportunity there to kind of harness aspects of how this biology can respond in those early windows to kind of optimize interventions during that time frame, but I don't think it's canalized or fixed to that window either. I mean, we know there are men who become stepdads, you know, to older children, or adopt children who are outside of that kind of immediate infancy window and are really committed and motivated to being dads. So there's lots, I think there's lots of individual and contextual variation, but I do think we can underscore that that is a moment where if we get to dads in ways to try to intervene with them or help facilitate kind of optimal development, it is a key window.
Two things. So from an animal perspective, there tends to be this like window in which males will care for offspring, and it has to do with like there's some internal clock that some amount of days.
I've been told it's not working.
Better? Some amount of days after mating that there's this like critical window in which they will display parenting, and if you miss this window, then that's it. And so this happens in mice, but then also just the experience of being around pups can also like elicit this behavior. And our own work in other species and non-mammalian species also speaks to this, that this experience of being around infants then creates this like tolerance for being around babies. And then the other thing I wanted to like link to experience is that we also tend to see that first-time dads, there's a level of experience that comes that like the more offspring you have, the better fathers you tend to be. And so there's definitely this like learning period where they're like learning what to do and how to do it. But I think we don't really understand how this is happening from a mechanistic perspective, but there are definitely behavioral observations that speak to these things.
I just want to add one more thing connected to what you were saying, is that with the dads in our program, the other thing, the systems tend to think that when dads are aggressive or maybe they're having less desirable behaviors, we want to keep them from children, and they need to get into service first, and they need to show that they deserve to be around their children. But actually, what I'm seeing is that when we engage dads with their children as part of their treatment, they're much more motivated to continue in the treatment. So focusing on their role as dad, connecting their children to the service when it's safe and healthy for the children, the dads actually do much better in those treatments.
Thank you. So I just want to give some framing comments that the first set of questions that I'm going to be asking our panelists are really much about individual differences in parenting, flexibility and parental development. Then the second set of questions will be about how those individual differences impact children and offspring. I would just also remind all of you sitting at the tables, be thinking of your questions, because after the panel discusses, then we're going to break to tables so that you can think about questions you want to ask folks. And Eduardo, a really practical question. We had the delight of beginning the panel early, so can we keep talking a little bit longer than planned? All right, sounds great, good. So then the second question that I'd like to just have the three of you, and also we can go to specific questions about each of your work, but the second question is, how do you think about how early experiences shape individual differences in paternal behavior and paternal neurology as well?
I can, but I don't want to feel like I always get to answer first.
I mean, I can speak to some of the ways we've tried to look at this using this large longitudinal study in the Philippines, and then maybe kind of use that as a framework for thinking about some broader principles. But so again, this project that I am fortunate to collaborate on in the Philippines began in the early 80s when 3,300 pregnant women were enrolled in the study, and then those mothers and their babies that were born have been followed up through present day. So it's a really rich and relatively unique study, both in its size and scope. The study wasn't originally designed to look at these kinds of questions about how early experience shapes kind of future functioning, particularly for fathers, but we've been able to go back to those early data from the 80s and 90s and kind of reconstruct what the boys were experiencing as infants and as older children and as adolescents. And what we found is that for boys whose dads were more involved with taking care of them when they were young, if they also feel close to them, so they have a good supportive relationship, probably in the vein of how we would think about a secure attachment relationship, then they recapitulate what their dads did. So if their dads were taking care of them more and they felt close to them as an adolescent, then they end up taking care of their own kids more in a hands-on kind of way. But if their dads were less involved or doing relatively little hands-on child care and the boys still felt close to them as adolescents, then similarly they mirror that as adults. And so this is generally consistent with kind of intergenerational models of parenting that are derived from attachment theory and the way that human kids grow up to develop internal working models of their social world and their future social relationships based on the models that they have in their own lives. So I think a lot of what we understand about this, which is actually much better understood for mothers and daughters as opposed to sons kind of learning from their parents or other caregivers, but it's simply that our children will tend to model the behaviors that they're exposed to, particularly if those behaviors are occurring in the context of supportive relationships between them and their caregivers. And the other thing I'll add is we don't have a lot of, it's hard with humans because our generation times are pretty long to be able to kind of longitudinally track what kids are experiencing early in life or across development and then link that to their neurobiology or their other aspects of their physiology in adulthood. But we were able to show that we looked again at what boys were experiencing when they were babies in terms of their caregiving from their moms and dads, particularly as babies, as in middle childhood and as adolescents. And what we found again is that only during adolescence did the kind of experiences that the boys have really matter to their future testosterone profiles. If boys grew up with a dad who lived with them and was helping to take care of them, their testosterone was lower not only before they became dads, but also after they became dads in adulthood. And again, their kind of perception of who was really responsible for their upbringing, so an aspect of how they kind of conceptualized their relationship with their parents as adolescents was a contributing factor to what their kind of hormone physiology looked like as dads in adulthood. So we are seeing kind of contributions both in terms of the social behavior and the kind of biological elements of this from early life experiences, but that extends into adolescence, which is probably a kind of under-theorized sensitive period of biological development for humans and other animals that transition to adulthood.
So the animals that we study have a generation time of about 1 year. So we can do a little bit more with understanding how life experiences then shape behavior and brain function later. And so in the frog families that we study, there are some families that are very high investment and some that are very low investment. So high investment dads spend a lot of, they sleep with in the same area, little pool as their kids, they feed them more, they just spend more time with them compared to low investment dads. And so, but what's nice is that we've been able to do these cross-fostering studies because there's a question of what is the impact of genetics versus the environment that you're growing up in. And so in these cross-fostering studies where we're cross-fostering between high and low investment families, what we see is that the environment and the care that you get as when you're young then like transfers to when you're an adult. And then you also like take on kind of the neural signature of your caregivers, your like foster parents versus your like genetic parents. And so we've been able to trace that like even if you're from a low investment background, if you're raised by high investment parents, then you become a high investment parent when you're older, and there are like certain neural signatures associated with this that translate your experience into like actual differences in brain like structure and function.
I have a lot to say about this topic. So I think in terms of the early experiences of dads and how they impact, I think that attachment theory has already been brought up. So certainly, and if you think about social learning theory and how does a child experience parenting, and then what kind of parent do they want to be, I think that there is a real connection between those two things. But we see dads who are experienced a lot of early stress, adversity, abuse, who are very high investment dads. They really want to be very involved with their children. It's very important to them. But what happens is they don't have the skills. So their conception of what it means to be a good dad is, well, I need to be there. I need to be around. I need to provide. But then thinking about the emotional life of their children or the support and caregiving is not something that they have the skills. It doesn't even come to their minds of what they're supposed to do. The good thing about those dads is they often are very interested in learning those things. And so when you show them and you give them the opportunity to know what does high caregiving look like, how do we engage in social emotional well-being of our children, how do we play with our children, how do we think about our kids' emotions, there is a real interest in that. And especially the dads that seem to have higher levels of what we call reflective functioning, where they can reflect on their own experiences and the way they've experienced the world. So if I show a dad a video about the impact of early adversity or trauma on their children's development, some dads will go to the experiences of their own children right away. Others will reflect back and say, oh, okay, I understand myself a little bit better now in terms of what happened to me and how that's impacting the way I interact with the world. So, and then there are dads who are high investment and they don't know how to, and they have what I would say, which we'll probably get to later, is their stress response system is really impacted by their early life experiences, which could be neglect, right? And I think actually the dads who experienced emotional neglect in their families are the most impacted in their ability to be parents. Those that were physically abused, for example, are really clear, like, I am not going to physically abuse my child and I will do everything I can to not have that happen. Whereas when they experience emotional neglect, there is, again, this lack of knowledge and understanding about how to emotionally connect with their children. So I think there's so many ways that the early caregiving that dads experience impact their own functioning. And the stress response system is connected in terms of if they experience trauma, then their ability to regulate themselves, even if they want to be good, they want to be healthy and appropriate dads with their kids, they don't have the ability to regulate themselves well enough to be able to interact in the ways that we really want them to be able to do that.
Just one thing I wanted to follow up on after hearing Carla's comments. So I talked a little bit about that work from our work in the Philippines, where if the boys grow up with dads who are not doing very much, but they're close to them, they recapitulate that. One thing I want to emphasize is that, those family systems that we're talking about, that was in the early 80s primarily, and kind of going through the 90s. And at that time, that the majority of dads in this context in the Philippines were actually not doing very much child care. That was the typical kind of culturally normative model. So those were not kind of dads who lacked investment in their families. It was just a different kind of model of family life that the boys were then kind of growing up to kind of serve as contemporary parents. Now they're recapitulating that, right? So I think it's important for us to think about kind of the diversity of ways that dads do invest in their families. But a separate point that I wanted to raise about that is we actually find that for the boys who did not feel close to their dads when they were growing up, they do the opposite of what their dad did. So if their dads were not very engaged and they did not feel close to them, then they diverge from that model. And they're actually, on average, kind of the dads who are doing the most childcare as adults. But then we have this other group where they did not feel close to their dads, but actually were spending a meaningful amount of time with them as kids, and though they end up doing less childcare in adulthood. And we don't know specifically the kind of context of those family systems, whether they were emotionally neglected, whether they were abused. But the fact that you see this higher level of time with dad and a lack of close relationship then relating to them being less involved as dads themselves when they grow up, I think speaks to some of these really important issues that Carla's intervention work tries to address. So I think it's important for us not only to think about how these early life experiences kind of facilitate maybe more optimal forms of parenting dependent on context, but also how clinicians and scientists like Carla are designing interventions to try to break some of those unhealthy cycles of kind of recapitulation of patterns.
Well, the three of you have already started to touch on this, but could you begin to address the biological behavioral differences between high and low investment dads? You've started to do that. Could we expand on that a bit?
I'll start a little bit thinking about it from a behavioral perspective and what we see, in the clinically referred dads. So certainly we have dads who are, when we say high investment, right, these are dads that really want to be in the lives of their children and they're very committed to parenting their kids, which can mean different things. Some of them, it means they're stay-at-home dads and they're caregiving their kids full time. And for some, it means like, no, I will live with my kids and I will provide funding and money for them to survive, kind of. Both are high investment in some ways. And then we also see dads who are low investment and also not providing a lot of good caregiving, and that they are having children with many women and not caring for those children. So we may get dads who are, they have 7, 10, 12 children with many different mothers, and they haven't been invested in caregiving those children very much. They may see them occasionally, a couple times a year. Maybe they send money here or there, but they have not been highly engaged with their kids. And sometimes they're trying to make connections when their kids are adults. And some of that has to do with the relationship with the mother sometimes, where they're like, well, I'm just going to let her raise the kids, and when the kids are ready, they're going to come and find me, and we'll have a relationship then, which is a really interesting way of thinking about being a dad. So that's just a little bit of a sort of visual picture of some of the things that we see.
From the neurobiology perspective, the little frog families that we study, there are high investment dads and low investment dads. And what we see is that this very much impacts the behavior of the offspring growing up, their brain structure, their ability to fend off disease as adulthood, all these things. It just impacts so many facets of their health and well-being as adults. And so, for example, what we see is that the offspring are more attached to them. It impacts the kind of parenting that they give as adults, but then it also kind of reshapes other aspects of their behavior, like their boldness and their ability, their risk-taking behavior and things like this. But then so that's at a behavioral level, but it also really rewires distinct brain regions where it changes what kinds of genes are being expressed and how many neurons, proportions of different kinds of neurons you have in different brain regions. And so it's not only at a behavioral level that we can follow these things, but it's also really impacting the structure of brain development that I think probably impacts a lot of their behavioral decisions as adults, not only in the aspects of parenting, but also in the behavior in general. Yeah.
Okay, so I think Carla earlier said that she had lots of thoughts on something. I have lots of thoughts on this as an anthropologist. So I'm going to try to not just pontificate for 10 minutes or something. But so I think it's just really important when we talk about high investment versus low investment dads that we don't think of this in an ethnocentric way or very narrowly on kind of the kind of current model of fatherhood that we are increasingly understanding in settings like the United States and Europe does have a lot of social, emotional, psychological, and other developmental benefits for kids. So one in which dads are sensitive, warm, nurturant, and are spending a lot of time in hands-on childcare with kids. There are clear benefits to children in settings like the U.S. to that kind of fathering and supportive relationships with the other parent of the children. But that is not the only way to be a high investment dad, particularly when we think about it cross-culturally. But also I think the United States is a really large and diverse place, so we need to think about diverse expressions of family systems and roles of fathers within communities in the U.S. and how that relates to aspects of programming for families and interventions for dads. But in terms of speaking, I'll probably try to speak a little bit to our study in the Republic of the Congo, where we work with different cultural groups that live side by side in the same environment, but have very different kind of norms and expectations for fathers. But I kind of wanted to start by saying a lot of the kind of information that I've given so far about how to think about fathers' hormones and what does that mean in terms of their roles in family life. So thinking about dads with low testosterone being more involved with hands-on childcare, dads with higher oxytocin or more responsive oxytocin systems being more engaged and exploratory and sensitive with their kids. A lot of that work comes out of Ruth Feldman's lab, who's here. Ruth's lab and my team have both looked at prolactin and how that relates to men's roles within families. But again, a lot of these questions about those specific biological profiles for dads are being asked in the Philippines or in the United States or in Ruth's case in Israel, where there's a lot of emphasis and value placed on dads being these kind of sensitive, engaged fathers. And so there's it's important to think about what those biological profiles look like in other types of cultural systems where that's not the role for dads. And in one of the cultural groups we work with in the Republic of the Congo, this is the Bandongo fisher farmers. They subsist off of the land in the rainforest by clearing plots and planting small kind of agricultural fields. And the dads are not involved with hands-on child care of young kids. That's not their role in families. That role is for mothers and grandmothers and other female kin, as well as older siblings, right? So there's a lot of caregivers contributing to those roles for young kids, but fathers aren't one of those kind of main people. What we do see in that society is that dads are really valued for being providers, for being moral disciplinarians. It's a very hierarchical cultural group, so the dads have to cultivate status within the community, which then brings benefits to their families. And so the long and the short of it is, in that cultural context, the dads who are seen as the best dads have the highest testosterone and the lowest oxytocin. It's literally in some ways the opposite profile of what a high quality dad would look like in studies that I would do in South Bend, Indiana, or our work in the Philippines. And so I think it's really important, again, just to underscore the diversity of ways that dads can be highly invested in their families. And I think given interest in kind of thinking about global fatherhood and then variation in a setting like the United States, it's really critical for us to keep those dynamics in mind so we can kind of best support families and not necessarily strictly impose kind of US-based expectations of fathering that largely come from middle to upper class white families in places like the US.
Can I ask a question? I'm really interested in what you said, and I agree. And I wonder, do we have any evidence so that when you talked about that structure of fathering, right, where the dads aren't, they have a very particular role of providing and disciplinarian, do we know anything about outcomes for those children? Like, do we have any information about the differences? Like, if we think about a high caregiving dad with the low testosterone, the high oxytocin versus what you were describing, do we have any idea how those differences in caregiving impact children in any way? And it doesn't necessarily have to be negative. I'm just curious if there are differences in how those kids look.
I mean, in our work, something that I can speak to specifically, we do not have kind of rich developmental data in what might be typical in kind of a developmental psychology related research study in places in the US and otherwise. In our context, some of the outcomes that we're looking at are more, because this is a really energetically challenging ecological context, where, you know, collectively these communities, again, are living off the land in the rainforest, which can be a very challenging environment in a number of different ways, but one of which is related to pathogen stress and infectious disease. So the children of dads who are rated as the best providers in this community show better growth outcomes and kind of energetic status outcomes. So things that are really important to their health and well-being in the context of that environment. You know, I think other aspects of, so one of the other things, I mean, interestingly, we have these two different cultural systems, cultural groups who live side by side with one another. The commonality actually, one of the commonalities that we see in how they kind of conceptualize what makes a good dad is actually for men to avoid conflict with their partners. And so I think there's probably something to be said for how commonly that is a component of how people conceptualize what is a good dad across different kinds of cultural boundaries. But we see that in both of these neighboring societies, despite all these lots of other broad cultural differences and family life differences, that in families where dads are seen as having less conflict with their partners, the children have less kind of lower physiological indicators of stress, whether you're looking at a hormone like cortisol or whether you're looking at something through the lens of epigenetics like epigenetic aging, or whether you're looking at immune system profiles. So I'm not sure that entirely addresses your question, Carla, but we do see, again, so that is an aspect of valued kind of functioning for fathers in family life that does have some parallels to what you see in lots of other cultures around the world, and we see similar benefits to kids. So I think there are some ways where it's critical for us to be able to differentiate and think about different roles for dads within different kinds of family systems, but also significant for us to be able to try to understand where there are commonalities across different kinds of cultural boundaries. I think my broader answer, kind of moving away from just the specifics of my research, is that there are folks like Heidi Keller, Mark Bornstein, Judy Messman, who have talked a lot about the application of theoretical frameworks in developmental psychology like attachment theory and how well it translates across kind of cultural boundaries. And so I think it's important for us to consider that in the context of, say, a setting like the US, having a warm, sensitive, engaged dad leads you to have better, or what we think are more optimal social, emotional, and cognitive outcomes. Well, those are things that allow kids to thrive in school environments particularly, and then to be able to develop healthy relationships within those contexts. In the communities that I work with, some of the kids go to school in one of the groups, and then almost none of the kids go to school in the other group. And so the way in which, my point simply, again, putting my anthropologist hat on, is we can't separate the potential outcomes that are downstream of different types of family systems from the broader cultural system and what allows kids to thrive within that specific society and ecology.
Can I respond to that? Well, yeah. So, well, obviously, animals don't have culture, like or in the same way, or at least mine don't. I don't know about primates. Obviously, are different. But anyways, so in frogland over here, and sometimes in rodents, we don't have this like cultural layer, so it's different. But I think one of the things that like we try really hard, in at least like our group, is that we try really hard not to think of like high investment dads and low investment dads as good dads and bad dads, like, because a lot of like the work, for example, like in mothers and pups and like high licking and grooming rodents and things like that, is that, there's this variation in parenting, and why isn't everybody a high investment parent? And it's because this variation is at some level like good, because based on the environment and the environmental pressures and selection, or like food availability and things like this, that differences in like parental investment is that setting the offspring up for success in whatever the environment is that they're like being born into. And so it's not that like high investment and low investment is good and bad, it's that there's this variation that's there among animal populations, and that it's not a good or a bad outcome, but it could be like preparing, animals to like face whatever challenges they're being born into, and that this variation is there like for a reason. Yeah.
I just want to highlight one thing you said that I thought was really important that we haven't touched on yet, and that when you talked about across cultures, the treatment of the mothers and the relationship with the mother was really important, and that's definitely true. So we've talked a lot about the impact of dads on the children, and their direct contact with the children, but the way they treat the children's mother and the contact and relationship with the mother, whether they're married or in an intimate relationship or not, the way they treat her and support her is hugely important to the child outcomes. And so I think that's an interesting overlap across cultures.
So before we drill down a bit more on how individual differences in fatherhood and fathering impact child outcome, I just want to ask one more broad question about the individual differences. And are there other factors that contribute to paternal diversity that we haven't covered? We've touched on a number of things, but are there others that we should highlight?
I think we have, maybe I have been pontificating, I apologize, but we talked about, I think, cultural diversity, right? So we've touched on that, and then we've talked about individual experiences within different kinds of families, and I think those are both two really important contributors. I guess the other one that comes to mind for me, which I think is pressing in the US and in a lot of societies around the world, is just the economic realities for different kinds of family systems and how that shapes the demands on mothers and fathers, but particularly if we're thinking about dads who are potentially really motivated to spend time with their kids, but they simply can't because the family is struggling to get by. And so the dads, again, can be incredibly highly invested, but they're spending very little time with their kids because they're just working so hard to try to be able to provide resources. And again, that applies to a lot of mothers too. And I think there's other considerations around that. In the Philippines, it's not uncommon for one parent to be working abroad because there are better financial opportunities abroad. And so then they send home remissions or money back home to help support oftentimes not only just their nuclear family, but their broader family system, their extended family. And so I think just thinking about the economic considerations is really important for how we kind of conceptualize what moms and dads are able to do. But then also I think, sounds like something we'll talk about maybe in the next phase, but thinking about how hard it is to be a parent under conditions of resource constraint, just the layers of stress and exhaustion that come with that, and it's almost impossible for that not to trickle down into the kind of quality of your engagements with your kids.
So I wanted to mention two things. One, from like a parenting perspective, like diversity across animals. What we see is that there seems to be a lot of diversity in whether dads or moms or both are caring for offspring based on ecological resources in their environment. So like places to rear their tadpoles and or, offspring and food availability and things like this. So it's definitely tied to resources, but in an ecological sense. And then two, what we have seen is that what kind of with interspecific variation, whether they're high investment or low investment families, that there seems to be just different brain states associated with those different behavioral phenotypes. So like high investment dads, for example, in our system are like more sensitive to like endogenous opioid signaling and things like that, so that it like this reinforces parenting interactions and things like that. So there seems to be just different kind of neural signatures that we found between like high investment and low investment dads. And so we're trying to figure out like how this drives individual variation in behavior and from like a mechanistic standpoint.
I think the last thing I'll say about this, I think we've talked about the culture and individual differences and individual experiences, and I think one of the things related to the economics is also, which I think is hugely important, is also how dads are viewed and how they may be discriminated against in different ways, which could be racially or culturally, but also just how valued are they, both within their own family system, but also broadly within the community that they live, I think really impacts.
So let's switch a bit, and let me ask the question then of how do fathers uniquely impact child outcome? I'm sorry. Oh, sure, sorry. To drill down a bit, to ask the question of how do fathers uniquely impact child outcome compared to mothers? What's their unique contribution in the family system?
I know we have experts in the room who are going to talk later today about this, so I'm a little cautious here. But I think that we know that some of Ruth's work in particular talks about the unique contributions of dads to children's social emotional well-being in terms of their social interactions and their functioning in school. Those are two things that come to mind, particularly for me. And I do think there's a lot of interest, I think, too, in sex or gender differences around, fathers and boys and fathers and girls. And I think clinically, fathers' involvement with both girls and boys are important in different ways. So, the girls or women that we see in treatment who didn't have contact or didn't have strong fathering role models, how they're interacting with partners, their romantic partners is really different. They tend to have less healthy relationships. They're pursuing men and relationships with men sometimes in unhealthy ways. And with boys, depending on their relationship with their mother, like the way they're presenting clinically also is different in terms of their either wishes to be a dad that the kind of dad they didn't have, or they are they don't have understandings of how to be in adult relationships because they didn't see that in healthy ways from their own parents. So their relationships with their partners are unhealthy in many ways. So I'll start there and turn it to my colleague.
Do you want to comment first on people?
I am, as not a psychologist or a developmental psychologist, and also knowing some of the people sitting in the room like Ruth and Natasha Cabrera, I am also hesitant to say too much here, but I think there are, so one of the things I know I'm kind of preaching to the choir here in terms of our collective interest in fathers and us being, many of us being fatherhood related researchers, but in humans, there's still an ongoing issue that oftentimes research that says it's about parenting is actually about mothering, and fathers are not included. And Natasha wrote a paper a few years ago, I think is titled "Fathers Are Parents Too," or something along those lines. So this has been documented for 20 years or more, and it's continued to be an ongoing issue. So I would make a plug just for ensuring that fathers are included of studies of parental effects on kids, because we can't get at whether fathers or mothers make unique contributions to children in families with different gender parents if we don't have both parents in the model. I mean, and I think that's something that's like Natasha's work that I'm sure she'll talk about later, that they've been able to do a really effective job at in terms of designing rigorous research that can help to speak to some of the unique contributions of different parents. All of that being said, I do think there's meta analytic evidence that fathers make unique contributions above and beyond or separate from the contributions of mothers in terms of children's social, emotional, and cognitive development. And I think there's some really important questions to be asked about the pathways through which some of those contributions emerge, and also as we're, moving into a phase societally where there's a lot of, or there's a meaningful percentage of dads who are really doing a lot more childcare and kind of more equivalently pulling their weight in different in families with different gender parents. Whether some of these pathways might change, and that is to say, I think there's long been this emphasis on things like rough and tumble play from dads in the U.S., right? And one of the interesting things is that even though there's long been this emphasis on it, if you actually looked at time allocation, moms were doing more of that kind of play than dads. Dads were just spending more of their kind of engagement time doing that play, right? So I hope that distinction makes sense. But I think one of the things that we've kind of come to understand is that while there's a lot of, even in the context of, say, that rough and tumble play example, there might not be that large of differences between moms and dads, that there may be ways that dads kind of do it differently that help kids learn to explore and push boundaries and take risks, and that those kind of engagements, or dads might, again, Natasha will speak much more elegantly to this than I can, but how do dads engage with young kids linguistically and in terms of their communication that helps kids develop communication skills that then translate to being successful in school and not getting in trouble as much in school and being able to develop peer relationships. So there are ways that, even though there's a lot of overlap between moms and dads, that dads, at least over the last few decades, have tended to engage with kids in different ways that challenges them, and that there are positive and potentially unique outcomes to that.
Okay, so my only human-related answer in this is going to be this personal story that it made me think of it while you were talking, which is that whenever I travel for work, people are like, well, who's watching your children? And I'm like, well, their dad. and then they're like, oh, that's so nice of him to babysit. And I'm like, he's not babysitting, he's parenting. And then they're like, oh, I'm sorry. But this was like their initial response, and it like still happens over and over again. And anyway, what you said reminded me of that kind of thing. But from like an animal perspective in the system that I study, the reason why we study non-mammals is because we wanted to study a system where only dads care for offspring, and so where they are the sole providers. And so this has allowed us to look at like not only diversity in parenting and if the neural circuits are the same in moms or in dads, but it also, the system that we study, like if dads disappear, like 90% of the offspring will die. They are like absolutely critical in family dynamics. And so we've, and that's obviously not the same as in humans, but they are so important in the family unit. And so we've kind of capitalized on this to understand like what are like the neural mechanisms or like the variation that are associated with parenting by looking at different kinds of animals with different kinds of reproductive systems where moms aren't involved, for example.
Just one more question then in this area that gets a little more specific, and that is, what role do you think fathers play in buffering children from stress, adversity, as compared to mothers? Is there a difference, and what role do they play?
I think, well, I'm trying to think about how I want to answer this. So I think I have less knowledge about, you know, what you were talking about, Lee, with the both parents in a model, which is important. But I think when I think about the two-parent families, when there are both a father and a mother, and, you know, one parent isn't functioning well, like if mom has postpartum depression and there's a well-functioning dad in the family, those kids are more protected from that. That if there is adversity in the family and the dad is able to provide support, that support is just as effective or works just as well as a mother being able to provide that support. So I do a lot of trauma-focused intervention. So I work with parents, but I also work with children who've been exposed to trauma. And when we engage mothers as the supportive caregiver in those treatments, or dads, you know, dads can be just as supportive as moms. And oftentimes when we have both parents participating, that's when the interventions work the best. So I do think that our clinical care systems have typically focused on one parent, right? Engaging mom in early nurturing programs, engaging moms in preschool activities, engaging moms in all of these different services for their kids. And there has been less focus on engaging dads in those systems where kids deserve support. And we know when dads are more involved in their kids' school, for example, kids do better and, you know, are more likely to perform well in school. And if dads participate in their child's treatment, you know, the outcomes could be even stronger than if moms only participated in those services. So.
And I think something that loops back to some of the comments I was just making about the role that dads may play in, you know, helping kids learn to safely, but kind of push the boundaries of their immediate environment, to take physical risks where they're not putting themselves at extreme harm, but they are kind of using their bodies in different ways in the environment, encouraging them to take social risks. I mean, there's framing from someone named Daniel Paquette about activational parenting and activational fathering, particularly, that kind of draws on this idea that fathers are really critical, at least on average in family systems in places like the U.S., for activating kids, and a core component of thinking about this kind of activation through physical play and rough and tumble play and encouraging kids to take risks is through the kind of physiology that is activated by that kind of engagement, which then later on intersects in really important ways with things like anxiety, right? And so I think we have kind of gotten to a place in U.S. society where we're hyper protective of kids. We allow them less social freedom. I mean, I have an 8 and 10-year-old, and I am constantly texting with the other parents on my street about where, you know, did my daughter make it to your house? It's like 4 houses, right? So I'm guilty of this in the same way I'm kind of projecting outward. But my point is, I think there are ways to think about how dads do potentially and maybe uniquely stimulate kids in ways that socially and physically activate aspects of their neurobiology and kind of peripheral physiology that allows their bodies kind of practice to regulate being in novel environments and being in somewhat risky and precarious situations, which then can contribute to kind of healthier mental well-being later on because of the ways that things like social anxiety intersect with aspects of that biology.
Yeah, I don't have a lot of relevant things to say to people, just because the system that we work on, like, dads are really driving the care in the system, and so, like, if, like, you have, like, a low investment dad, moms do not, like, compensate, and so they don't step up. So, like, if, like, all of the interactions really depend on what dad is doing, and so dad is the buffer or not the buffer, and there's no compensation. from mom in that particular system. Yeah, because they're totally dependent on the behavioral variation of dad in the system I study. So not quite relevant to the question or humans, but I just want to put it out there that there's lots of ways to do that, and there are systems where dads are the main buffering system.
So in our last few minutes before we take a short break, Eduardo, and then break into the discussion groups, I hope that's okay. I want to ask a specific question of each of you just to be sure to highlight some aspects of your work. So Lauren, could I just ask you to talk a bit more about how neuroplasticity in fathers shifts over with experience?
Yeah, I think we understand a little bit less about experience than we do about like distinct care states. And I think it's because experience, some of the studies that we do, with like are terminal. And so it's like not easy to get repeated measures of like what kinds of like neurons or what's happening across neurons across time. And so experience in that way is difficult to study. It's easier for us to do that in offspring because the offspring that we study are transparent and we can do like in vivo imaging and things like that. But like in an adult, that would be very difficult for us to do. And so we understand a little bit more about distinct states, like first-time dads versus like, fifth-time dads or something like that. And then like these high care and low care dads. And so, what we see is that there's a lot of like neural signatures that like differentiate the two. Like I talked about like, high care dads have more like opioid receptor signaling pathways and things like that. They're like more sensitive to endogenous opioids, and this like reinforces, when they see their tadpole, this like reinforces the experience, and they're more likely to come back to their offspring again and again and again because it's like it's a reinforcement, and they find, to anthropomorphize, they find it a little, enjoyable and like reinforcing, and so they continue to do it. So what I think this system is simple, but it's allowed us to look into what are like neural differences that make up, males that respond to their offspring, in like this reinforcing way, versus those that, have offspring and like decide never to see them, like bordering on neglect. I think that, we don't have these like cultural layers, but we do have these like simple brains that allow us to dig in like a little deeper, mechanistically.
Could you just one other question? I know your work explores a lot about how hormonal differences impact parenting and shape fatherhood. Could you speculate a bit about cross species, including humans? Just asking. I'm now asking for speculation.
I'll just say that like the same hormonal changes that happen in humans also happen in the species that I study. Sort of like now I'm reconsidering like a lot of the things I've been thinking about based on what you've said. But like, for example, like on average, when our frogs become dads, their like testosterone dips, their cortisol goes up, the oxytocin goes up and things like this. And so like the same things that are happening in our frog dads are happening, in human dads. And so, and then I think that we didn't actually touch on stress, but I think that this also, this kind of antagonistic relationship or this relationship between testosterone and cortisol, I think is actually really important, both in humans and in animals, and promoting parental care. And we see kind of these same exact things in the animals that we study as well.
Leah, you've touched on some examples, but I'd like you, if you can, to actually just talk about what have been some of the most striking differences cross-culturally that you've seen in paternal roles.
So I think one of the interesting questions about how to conceptualize diverse roles that fathers can play across cultures is, do you try to narrowly conceptualize a small number of kind of bins of fathering, or do you kind of problematize that by thinking about all the diversity that might exist within those bins, right? So one of them is that fairly ubiquitously across cultures is that fathers play an important role, and it's usually culturally valued in terms of acquiring and providing resources. Now that can look incredibly differently in all sorts of different economies and kind of subsistence strategies. So that's a commonality that exists across a lot of different cultural boundaries. And I think there's then variation in how are resources acquired for the family. Is that primarily a role that the dad plays, and there's other roles within the family system that moms play? Are moms and dads both contributing resources? Is it, in one of the cultural groups I work with, they pool resources collectively at the level of the community, so moms and dads contribute resources to their own immediate family, but part of being a good dad is also contributing resources out to the broader community. So I think, again, I'm kind of emphasizing that resource acquisition and provisioning role to just try to point out that broadly there are commonalities, but I think I think we could go around and have a conversation about just thinking about all the different nuances that exist in different kinds of, particularly economic and subsistence societies, in how families solve the role of acquiring enough resources for our very expensive, monetarily and energetically, kids who grow up very slowly. I think in other ways, fathers, I think, can play a lot of, again, I think a domain that would probably come up in a lot of different cultural contexts is fathers teaching. But it's teaching at what age and through what pathways and for what skills. And so I think there's another place where there's a lot of nuances. Is it direct teaching of children in terms of how to kind of operate in terms of emotional regulation, which has a lot of benefits to children's emotional development in places like the US? Is it, if you're a Bayaka forager or hunter-gatherer living in the Congo Basin, it's literally how do you survive in this really extreme environment and acquire all the skills and knowledge you need when you're out in the rainforest and there's tons of things that are trying to kill you. And so thinking about just the diversity of expression, and then how do the constellation of those diverse components come together in kind of a culturally valued conceptualization of what a high quality dad is. I think that the kind of devil is in the details, I guess, is my point. Another example I would give that probably is common across a lot of boundaries is protection, that fathers and men are commonly seen as protectors of the family. But again, in the rainforest, that could literally mean protecting you from immediate natural physical dangers because there are so many of them. For my kids, we're fortunate to live in a really nice neighborhood. My kids go to a really excellent elementary school, but I worry about them getting bullied, right? So I'm thinking about protection in that capacity. If you're someone, a dad or a mom living in a low income urban environment in the US, you might be really concerned about violence and, particularly protecting your sons from gang violence and gang recruitment, right? So that aspect of fathering that may be common in some broad strokes takes on kind of really different meanings depending on the cultural and ecological environment. I do think there are other kind of components of what it means to be a good dad that do potentially diverge more than those commonalities in terms of thinking about is being a good dad one of the key pathways facilitating and developing close emotional relationships with your kids, or do dads purposely kind of operate in a more aloof emotional way because the kind of cultural value is for them to be the kind of head of household in a kind of patriarchal sense where they need to maintain that kind of status of authority within their family and within the community, which can be at odds with behaving in that kind of emotional, nurturant way, right? And so I think recognizing why these different ways of kind of operating within the family, which have a lot of implications for how dads interact with kids, is a critical kind of component of how we need to think about that diversity of fatherhood.
Carla, could you talk about breaking the intergenerational cycle of violence and abuse through interventions with dads?
Yeah, so I think one of the ways that we are working to break intergenerational cycles is, so a lot of times services have been focused on those who are harmed and treatment of those individuals, which is important work, and I'm not minimizing it in any way. But the work that I've been trying to do is focusing on the individuals who cause the harm, because I think if we can intervene with them and help them better regulate, help them become more engaged and healthy, typically we're talking about fathers today, so I'm going to focus on fathers, then that can interrupt the cycle of violence that repeats across generations. And so some of the ways that we're trying to do that is, intervening early, right? So trying to catch parents. So I'm involved in a couple of different projects. One is a program called Figuring It Out for the Child, which is in collaboration with Jamie McHale, who's at USF in Florida, and it's a mentoring program done by paraprofessionals, so community members who become trained in doing this co-parenting intervention and trying to help both dads and moms communicate more effectively around the needs of their children, looking at the importance of dads staying involved, and it's been particularly developed to target unmarried African American parents who are having their first child together. So to try to engage dads who may be not living in the home, how do they stay more involved with their children, and trying to strengthen those bonds before the baby is born, and then that may interrupt what parents have experienced in their own lives of not having involved dads or not being able to co-parent and communicate effectively around the needs of their kids. And then the second thing I'll quickly say is that I also am working more on the sort of tertiary side, which is, after something has happened, so dads where there's been violence already or they're misusing substances, and how do we intervene with those dads? And I have a program called Fathers for Change that is focused on engaging these dads, which typically are, criminalized and marginalized as not being important to their children, who, they are perceived as monsters a lot of times, and these men are much more nuanced than that. Most of them really want to be good fathers and often have strong attachments and bonds with their children, and some of them are violent toward only their partners, some are violent toward their partners and their kids, and so the range of how I can have a dad who tears their partner apart in really horrible ways, both verbally and physically, and can be in the playroom with their child doing the most lovely pretend play you've ever seen. And so I think there's this idea of who these fathers are that isn't necessarily helpful to us thinking about how to best provide intervention. So we focus a lot on what has been their experiences of being parented, how do they understand, attachment and relationships and the needs of their kids, but also work a lot on their stress reactivity and what's happened to them in their early life. So we see a lot of dads who shut down, around their children. They don't know how to engage, and so how do they pay more attention? And then we have dads who are extremely reactive, right? So at times of stress, or they misperceive threats when there aren't any, and they become very reactive and hostile either to the child's mother or to the family at large. And so we work a lot on how do they understand their stress response system, how do they better regulate themselves, and take care of themselves physically and mentally so that they can be the best fathers that they can be. So that's some of the ways we're trying to interrupt that cycle.
Do you want to comment on the barriers that make it hard for dads to access care?
Yeah, there are many. So I think one of the big ones is that we don't prioritize, and I'm speaking about the U.S. context right now, we don't prioritize men's health or men's mental health. And certainly, seeking help is not something that goes along with being masculine. And so I think that there's a lot of shame and guilt around engaging in services, in mental health services or health services in general for men, but particularly when there's been intimate partner violence or misuse of substances, there's even more shame and guilt that society perpetuates around these dads. And so they're much more likely to deny that these issues are happening, to say it's made up, I didn't do it, everybody's wrong about me, because there's so much shame and guilt and cost, right? If I admit I did this, I might lose my children. So those are some of the, and then, so there's the stigma, and then there's access to care, like how do you actually find intervention? So mine is one of the few interventions for dads particularly dads who use violence, but there aren't a lot of father-specific treatment programs out there. There's a lot of mom and kid programs. They're trying to adapt some of them, make some of them appropriate for dads, but not that have been designed for dads, where dads feel like, oh, you made this for me, you see me, you value me, and so I think that's also a barrier, and then people having insurance, access to healthcare and insurance is also a big barrier. Just that little problem.
Any last comments from the panelists before we go let our colleagues start thinking of questions? Okay. All right, so what we'll do is we'll take, Eduardo, do you want to take just a 3-minute break and then come back?
So yes, well, thank you, Linda, Carla, Lauren, Lee, and thank you those who are joining us stream online. So for those of you who are attending the conference online, it will resume at 1 p.m. U.S. Eastern. For those of you here, I invite you to take a little break. No. For those those watching us on YouTube, it'll resume 1 p.m. For those of us here, I invite you to take a little break if you want to get your coffee, etc., and come back to the table and go from being passive recipients of information to really getting it all out and having a lovely discussion. And if you need to argue, go for it. Sometimes better ideas come from that.
but you know, you're
Hello, hello. I'd like to invite you to go back to your table and start engaging in the discussion.
I think a half hour. I think.
We're the guinea pigs.
I do have, I know. And we actually had a longer panel time than, we had like an hour and a half. I was like, oh my gosh, this is long. Let's see.
Is this the one that works?
Should be on.
Yeah, it's on.
I took the liberty, but I if you can say, I think the way you were talking about families is taxonomic families. No? When you were saying we have a family and another family, you really meant? Okay, then I was worried that many on the audience don't even know what a taxonomic family is.
No, I was
You were
talking
really
about,
talking
like-
about, it's
like
so
a mom
cool.
and a
that-
dad and a baby. A
Okay,
family.
okay. So I'll say, I'll rectify that because I said, we'll ask Lauren when she comes, but I just want to be sure that where she was talking about.
So you think I should
Tax-
use a different way?
No. Now I created the confusion.
Okay.
But it's so cool that you can have these families. I have some notes that I need to share with you later. That I have questions. Yeah. If hello, can you hear me? So can you? If we can. Very quickly, to rectify myself, when Lauren was talking about families, she really did mean one male, one female, and their kids. So she was talking about families the same way that Lee and Carla were talking about families. That's fascinating. So I just want to say that for now what we're going to do is Linda will continue moderating the questions to the panel. Please, whoever is going to share the question from your table, remember that you're not going to have a microphone, and the question that you're posed is to the panel, but we want everyone to hear it. So speak loud, stand up, speak loud. This is, I mean, my students don't like it when I force them to do that, but it helps.
So the other thing I would add is we really, really want to hear from the students, postdocs, so please don't be shy, speak up. Who would like to start? Yeah, all right, all right.
Very easy question from Sarah to start. Okay, so just to revisit the kind of specifics, the Bandongo Fisher farmers, if they're rated as, if the dads are seen as better providers, their testosterone's higher and their oxytocin is lower. Their status is higher. So the reason, so I think I'm going to make sure I answer, well, I'm going to try to answer Sarah's question, but I think part of the reason in that specific society, so if we think about, say, why do you see commonalities in hormonal shifts in human dads and frog dads and bird dads and some fish dads, right? Where you can see commonalities in these physiological patterns. When invested biparental care evolves, selection tends to co-opt common physiological pathways to help support that care. Ultimately, if we think about this from kind of a life history theory trade-off perspective, it's about how are you allocating time and energy to mating effort versus parenting effort, and hormones are a key underlying mechanism that can help facilitate those trade-offs. In the context of thinking about kind of Bonongo society, there's no inherent conflict between men's pursuit of status, their competition with other men. Some of the things they do as dads are highly dangerous and involve risk-taking, which also tends to be correlated to higher testosterone. But those things are also in line with kind of what's seen as being a good dad in that society, right? So there's no trade-off needed kind of between pursuing what we might think of as kind of competition and mating effort versus parenting effort in that specific cultural context. And but it's the cultural milieu that shapes the dynamics of those trade-offs. And so I think among the Bayaka, just the forager population that we work with, that's highly egalitarian, shares resources, pools resources, lives side by side with this other community that I just described. In that society, the dads who are seen as the best providers have lower testosterone. So same behavior in the same ecology, it's functionally this similar behavior, same ecology, opposite hormonal profile, right? Which I think is kind of largely relevant to Sarah's question, which is about kind of how these different aspects of roles for men and men's roles in families intersect with other ways that they function in society. So I think thinking about babies and young kids as a potential kind of antidote to male aggression or bellicosity, that's okay. I think the part that the Whiting study is really important. You also go back to you can go to the Katz and Connor chapter in Michael Lamb's original Role of the Father in Child Development book from 1980, where they looked at kind of similar questions, trying to understand how these different kind of aspects of divisions of labor and men's and women's roles intersect with one another. So I think part of the challenge in thinking about just intervening or thinking about solutions necessarily in adulthood is that the way that children are socialized is implicit to those cultural systems. So the boys are being socialized
Hello everyone, we're starting in 5 minutes. So just this is a 5-minute reminder.
I'm gonna get water. It's gonna be fun, and I get to go first.
Is this? It is working. Okay, this one's working, yes. So find your seats, grab your coffee. We have another 2 minutes before we go live. And at that time, I'll just simply introduce our moderator, who will then introduce the panel, and we'll repeat. Are we ready to go, Pablo? So welcome back to the Fathers and Fatherhood Conference at Yale, from Molecules to Modern Families. If you're joining us through the live streaming that the Leakey Foundation is doing, we welcome you as well. We're going to start now with panel number 2. It is my pleasure to introduce the moderator of the panel, Rushda Majid, who is the program officer of the Van Leer Foundation. Rushda, it's all yours.
Thank you very much, Eduardo, and I hope everybody had a nice lunch and you are going to give us your full attention after a very nice meal. So I'm Rushda Majid, as Eduardo introduced me. I work for the Van Leer Foundation as its Chief Program Officer. Van Leer is a Dutch philanthropy organization that is based out of The Hague, and we work on early childhood. And very interested and delighted to be here. I wanted to, before we begin the discussion with our panelists, I wanted to start with an anecdote. So just last week I was in India and I was visiting what we call Anganwadi centers. So what that means is that these are publicly funded daycare centers that service very poor families, and they're spread out across the country. I was in one in a rural district, in a rural area. And there was one thing that I witnessed that has stayed with me and I thought would be pertinent to the conversation today, especially with the panel, is that there was a father that had brought his young child to the center. The child was no more than 3 years old, and the father basically told me what he said stayed with me. He said that I'm here and I'm going to stay for the entire time, and I want to make sure that my child is comfortable. And that resonated, but especially because I realized in our conversation that he was a daily wage laborer, which meant that his being there meant that he would be losing out on a day's worth of income. And really it is in these moments like these when we really think of fathers as perhaps more as providers, but these moments where you really think of the role of caregiving, especially of fathers, and what it means to not only, of course, have to bring in income many times, or more traditional parenting role, but to really think about kind of being present, being there for your child, providing emotional support, and also really making these sacrifices that often go unnoticed. So really that was something that stayed with me, and I wanted to bring it here. But then, of course, having this incredible group of people here, all of you, but of course our panel here, to talk through some of the ways in which we can push the boundaries of how we think about fatherhood, and really to explore a little bit on what that means in terms of applications of this kind of research in terms of the work that we do in perhaps public policy or more research or even changing societal narratives. So with that, and without further ado, I will very briefly introduce our panelists, but of course then give them the opportunity to introduce themselves more fully and their work. We have today with us Dr. Natasha Cabrera, professor in the Department of Human Development and Quantitative Methodology, College of Education at the University of Maryland. We also have with us Dr. Allison Bell, who is professor in the Department of Evolution, Ecology, and Behavior at the University of Illinois, Urbana-Champaign. Dr. James Rilling, last but not least, professor of anthropology at Emory University with a secondary appointment in the Department of Psychiatry and Behavioral Sciences. So thank you for being here and being part of this panel. And if I may start the conversation with you, Natasha, and really to ask maybe your motivations for being where you are. So if you could talk about what brought you to study fatherhood and aspects of your research, what do you specifically focus on?
Thank you. Can you hear me? Okay. It's so great to be here. It's really a treat to be able to talk dads all day long and tomorrow too. How did I start? How did I start this work? I actually discovered fathers when my children were born. I go, oh, I think we need you. I got this fellowship at the National Institutes of Health, which may be extinct soon, but this is 1990-something. President Clinton, some of you might remember, there was a big thing about fatherless America at the time, early 1990s, when, Kyle, I know you remember this, where especially low-income Black Latino men were thought of as being deadbeat dads. This man wrote a book, a really big book, on how every social ill in America is because fathers abandoned the children, especially poor Black Latino dads. And having seen my husband at the delivery and with my kids, I was thinking, that is barbaric. Who leaves these cute kids? This is probably not true. But I mean, where is the data coming from? So President Clinton had the idea that he would gather all the agencies together to understand what do we know about these fatherless children and about the men, the fathers who left this beautiful kids behind, and so it was called the missing man problem. They discovered, this is just as I was coming into NIH, that a lot of the national data sets that the government collects on all of us, census data, things like that, did not have any information of dads from dads. So most of the time they will go to a home and they'll go, where's your husband? And then you'll say, he's dead, I don't like him today. Dead. So the information that we got about why men left was coming from one source. The mothers often didn't know where the dads were or were angry at the dads. And so I thought it was a little flawed. I was thinking, why don't we just ask the dads, why did they leave? And so those data were totally missing at the national level. So I was lucky enough to be part of this. You know, as a fellow, I was supposed to do anything I wanted, just lynch to a project. So I thought that was super interesting because I was curious to see where are these black men who hate their children or abandon them the minute they see them, and then what do we know about parenting? And then when I looked at the parenting literature where I was trained, I realized that fathers were not anywhere in there. Like parenting was based on maternal behaviors, and when we had information about dads, it came from moms. So, and also another piece of information, missing men, deadbeat dads if you're a black, Latino man, and you cannot possibly be good for your child if you don't have money. So the most important thing the policymakers wanted you to do if you were poor, black, and blah, 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 is to pay child support. So the only policy we had, and 30 years later, that's still what we have, is child support policies for men. I mean, all men, but mainly low-income men are the ones who are probably most affected by this. Anyway, it got me thinking that, first of all, we didn't have the data, so it was a really wonderful time for fatherhood researchers because for the first time ever, the government had some incentives, motivation to collect data, the national data. So we have, some of you may know the ECLSB is the early childhood longitudinal data set. If you come from the UK or someplace, British and Europeans have these longitudinal data sets forever. That does include dads. America didn't at that time, so now we had one. So the ECLSB, other studies out of Princeton, the Fragile Families, Fatherhood, Family Futures is called now, I hate that term at the beginning, the Family Future well-being, child well-being study that's been going on forever. So those are the two big data sets in this country we have now to analyze data at the policy level about dads. And so I was really excited. As part of the project, we started thinking about, you know, how to include, again, I was just, you know, I just have 2 kids. I just came out of graduate school. It was my first job. So I was super excited to discover that what I wanted to do was understand if fathers, low-income black men were present, what were they doing for the kids? So that got me into this journey, and here I am, 4 minutes.
Do you have a clock in your head? Oh. So thank you so much for the opportunity to be here. I'm already having such a great time, and I have learned so much. So thanks to Eduardo for organizing and inviting. So how did I come to the study of fathering? Well, I already told this joke at lunch, but I'll just repeat it, which is that so I'm an evolutionary and behavioral biologist, and there's a joke about behavioral ecologists that when they're young, they study sex, and then as they get older, they get interested in stress, and then they become parents, and then eventually they study aging, and so, you know, that's gonna be my trajectory, I guess, next. So I became interested in fathering because I started to think about becoming a parent, and also the process of becoming a parent and doing that also with my husband was a pretty transformative experience. So my fundamental kind of biological interest is really in trying to understand why are individuals different from each other? Like, why is there variation? What is maintaining this variation? Does it have adaptive significance? Where is it coming from? And this is actually a really challenging problem for all sorts of traits, but it's especially interesting, I think, in the context of traits where that involve members of the family, because there's all sorts of interesting evolutionary implications of that. So the critter that I tend to study this in, well, not tend to, do study this in, are these little fishes. They're called sticklebacks. They're about this big. They're 3-spine sticklebacks, and they're great for studying evolution because they're super, super variable. They seem to have this penchant for being able to rapidly adapt to different environments, and they also have really cool behavior. So there's a literature dating back to early ethologists, including Nico Tinbergen and his students, describing their behavior both in the field and in the lab. And so they do all sorts of really cool stuff that we can study and quantify. And one of the cool things that they do is that the dad is solely responsible for taking care of the kids. So we heard a little bit about this from Lauren this morning about the tremendous diversity in modes of caregiving among organisms and even among vertebrates. We see so much diversity. Sometimes it's just dad, sometimes it's just mom, sometimes it's moms and dads. An important thing to remember is actually caregiving, parental care is relatively rare, but when it does evolve, it can take a whole bunch of different manifestations of who's responsible for it, as well as just the sort of specific behavioral manifestations. What are the parents doing? Are they guarding? Are they feeding? Are they removing dead and decaying? Like what exactly parents do and how they do it is hugely, hugely variable. But one of the interesting things that I think that we're learning about parental care and all of its diversity is that it seems like organisms, vertebrates at least, seem to tap into the same conserved underlying brain areas and neurochemicals, hormones, whenever caregiving evolves. So some of the work that I've been really interested in doing in my own lab has been to use techniques in neurogenomics to do things like measure gene expression in the brain at different stages of care. And some of the interesting things that we found is that like the brain gene expression profile of an animal that received care from its father that had some experience resembles the brain gene expression profile of an animal that directly experienced that environment. So there's this sort of overlap between parental environments and personal environments. So another kind of key thing that we've started to get interested in that I think I'll hopefully get a chance to talk more about is that I mentioned that this critter we study, sticklebacks, are hugely variable. And a common characteristic of the entire family, and here I'm using family in the species monophyletic clade of different fish species, the family Gastrosteidae, all of them exhibit sole paternal care. However, there is an unusual population of sticklebacks, the species I work on, three-spined sticklebacks, that has evolutionarily lost care. This seems to have happened very recently. We don't know why it happened, we don't know when it happened, we don't know how it happened, but they've been a sort of gold mine of opportunities to try to learn more about the genetic, neural, and endocrine kind of mechanisms associated with it. Yeah.
Okay, hi everybody. My name is Jim Rilling. I'm a professor in the Department of Psychology at Emory University. It's great to be here, and I want to make sure we thank Eduardo for organizing this wonderful event. So thank you so much for this opportunity. My specific area of research focus is what I would call human social neuroscience. And I have a brain imaging, a neuroimaging lab. And the way I got into fatherhood research is about 15 years ago, I was preparing an undergraduate class on the topic of human social neuroscience. And I thought there should be a unit on love and attachment. And when you're preparing a class, you review the literature, and I was reviewing the literature, and there had been a great deal done about mothers and, mother-offspring attachment and bonding, but at that time, very little on fathers. And, whenever you see a gap in the literature like that, it's really an opportunity as a scientist. And so I kind of decided at that time I might try to move into this area of research. I was fortunate enough to get a grant from the Templeton Foundation to start this line of research, and I've been able to continue it since that time. And a lot of the motivation was I knew, like all of you do, that the developmental psychologists have a lot of evidence that children who have positively engaged fathers tend to have better developmental outcomes. So it seemed like a really important topic to study. In terms of what specifically I do, as I said, I have a neuroimaging lab, and so we do a lot of functional MRI studies in my lab. And so there's really, let me just summarize 3 main areas of research that we're doing with respect to fathers. The first are cross-sectional studies where we take fathers, we put them in the scanner, and we image their brain function while they're either looking at photographs of their infants or toddler children, or while they're listening to infant crying. And then we also have measures of how involved they are with their infants and children. And so we look for correlations between their brain function inside the scanner and their paternal behavior outside the scanner, and also correlations between their hormone levels and their paternal behavior. So those are, cross-sectional studies that we do. And then the second area is I've done a lot of work with the hormone or neuropeptide oxytocin, and we all kind of think of that as a maternal hormone, as a hormone that's important for mother-infant bonding. But now there's a lot of evidence to suggest that it's also important for fathers, and there's some people in this room who've done the really foundational work on that. Ruth Feldman's group has done so much of that work. And so what we've been looking at is, okay, well, if oxytocin facilitates father-infant bonding, what's the neural mechanism underlying that? And so we give fathers extra oxytocin. We do that intranasally, and we look at the effects that has on their brain function, again, when they're viewing pictures of their child or listening to infant crying. So that's the second area, is manipulating the oxytocin system. And then the third, the weakness of a cross-sectional study, of course, is you can't make any inferences about causality. And so we've begun a longitudinal study where we recruit first-time expecting fathers when their partner is between 4 to 5 months pregnant, and we have them come in for 6 different visits up until their child is 2 years old. And we're looking for hormonal changes, neurobiological changes, epigenetic changes over that time period, and again, how that relates to how involved they become with their children once they're born. So I think that's pretty much what I wanted to say, yeah.
Thank you. Before I launch into the first question I have, I just wanted to say a little bit about the format. We'll follow a similar format to the first panel of the day. However, for this first hour, we do want to leave some room for questions. So if you have a burning question, do raise your hand and I'll get to you as the panel progresses. So just wanted to mention that. So in terms of coming back to our discussion, one of the questions I wanted to actually pick up from what was also asked in the last panel was kind of the contribution of fathers to parenting as opposed to mothers or other carers. And so based on your research, what would you say are the contribution of fathers to parenting, especially from a neuroscience perspective, and maybe unique contributions? I know that some of your research doesn't allow for it, but for those of you that does, and variations that you see.
That was a lot. Yeah, that's great. So I've been doing this research for about, 25 years or so, but who's counting? And I think my focus has been to figure out what is it that fathers do in a context of adversity, what can they do, and if whatever they're doing, does it matter? Does it matter for kids' development, any aspect of development? So the populations that I look at are low-income families that have diversity of family structures, the living arrangements of children are different, fathers, biological fathers are invested and involved in or engaged in children's lives, but there's a lot of variation. So I've looked also to see what are the factors or contextual factors that are explaining some of the variations that we see. Usually the narrative around poor dads is that they cannot possibly be quote unquote, sorry, bad, good dads. Right, that they're more likely to be neglectful, not to engage with the children, to abandon them at will, and so I wanted to look at the factors that may predict some of these behaviors and what is a good or good enough parenting or fathering in the conditions under which these men are parenting. To do this, when I started doing this fatherhood work, the way I wanted to do it was basically observe fathers and the children, so I have a video, and see how they interact. I didn't want to just ask them because of all the things that you know about survey research. I wanted to really observe how do these fathers engage, play with babies, and then obviously taking a longitudinal approach. That work is super interesting and so needed, but it's so difficult to do, it's super expensive. Just to give you an idea, and I'll tell you what I'm finding, it takes me sometimes 30 hours to make one phone call to make an appointment to see a dad and the child right at home. Those of you who do field work, you know, it's, you know, I have to make sure that mom wants us to come, make sure that dad's available, make sure that baby is not sleeping, which babies tend to do. You know, they have their own little timetable. So it takes sometimes a day or just to make the appointment, and then sometimes we get to the home and the dad goes, you know what, I don't feel like it. I was called to work, so come another time. So it takes a long time, but it is so, I think it's the only way to tell how these relationships, interactions between babies and their fathers begin from birth is too early for me, but for 9 months, which is the study that I do. So this observational data has given me insights into what are the things that fathers do at home. So for example, one of the biggest, I think, findings is that fathers, as we were saying earlier, fathers' effects are unique. That means that fathers have make a unique contribution. They explain different aspects of the variance, but it also means that you can't substitute a mom and a dad, right? If a father has a unique effect, it just doesn't mean that children without fathers don't feel that absence of that parent. Something that the parent is doing or not doing will not get done if father is not there. So in low-income families where a dad is absent because he is in jail or he went away or something happened, the burden becomes really heavy for mom to do all the parenting. So the mothering suffering because the dad is not there. What I found was that when fathers interact with the children, they do it in a different way from mothers, sometimes complementary, sometimes not. And this is interesting because I was also trying to see if we can build a science around parenting that that captures the variety of behaviors that parents can do to raise happy children, even when conditions are not perfect. So an example is language, right? We know that baby talk, that parents who talk to the children have children with better language skills. When I started doing this work with dads, it was very interesting because dads don't do a lot of baby talk. And so in the olden days, we can say, oh, you know, dads are so insensitive. They're not really accounting for the age of the child. They talk to kids as if they were adults. But in the work that we've done, when we coded these interactions really carefully, we find that actually fathers talking to kids as adults is more challenging to a child. Therefore, children are learning more language from their dads and from their moms. So I'll give you an example. Dad would say, you know, we give them these toys that don't look like anything, these really terrible toys. You know, it's supposed to be a fruit or a whatever pepper. And this guy was saying to this 9-month-old baby, this dad is like, okay, this is a pepper. I think there's a 70% chance that this is a pepper, right? So like, do you talk like that to your 9-month-old baby? But so the father's providing all this information. The baby is just happy that this man is playing with him. So it's the language tends to be more complex. Or playing with a credit card. A dad was saying to this baby, you know, we don't use credit cards because if you use too much and you can't pay, you go to jail. So all the moms go, credit card, ching ching, credit card. Dads give you the whole enchilada, the whole explanation. And so kids are hearing more language. Also, when kids try to repeat things and dads don't understand, they have no trouble telling you, what are you saying? That's gibberish. Moms, on the other hand, oh, I know exactly what you said. You know, we went to the park yesterday and you saw a clown, right? And dad is like, no, he didn't say that. So the fathers are really challenging the child with WH questions. What did you say? Repeat. What? What are you talking about? And that really challenges a child to produce language that's better. So that's just one example. But so that if you take this finding, you can say, hey, the fathers are not using a lot of infant-directed speech, which is bad, right? But then when I look at the studies that I do, it's actually good. So it may be we have to challenge the idea that mothers, right, parenting is the only way to teach kids communication skills, language skills. There may be other ways that fathers do. And so that brings me to one thing that is a really problem in our field, is that we use the maternal template to figure out what fathers are doing, right? So we'll say, we have a little template and we put it on father's behavior, and if you are not doing, then you're not really being a good parent, when in fact it may be that the things that fathers are doing are better for children under the conditions that I'm studying. The other interesting finding is that fathers often don't think that they are good for their kids, right? Especially low-income men who are, policy folks telling them, if you don't pay, you can't stay, right? And a lot of times we're saying to them, oh, actually, you're not really being a good loving dad because you're not there. But that could have been my phone. But in fact, they are being, they're being engaged and they love their children, it's just in different ways. So trying to incorporate, the other point that I wanted to mention, and I'm probably getting over, is that we continue to do parenting research with mothers only. If there's one plea for the field related to what you were saying earlier, please call it mothering research, because thank you, because I've talked to Mark Burns and other people, just change the title. If you say mothering this, then it signals us that we don't know how dad is behaving or how dad is doing. But to continue to call it parenting research, it does a disservice to the kids and to the families. We have a diversity of families, single parent, recombined, triple, and all this stuff. So it doesn't make sense to keep calling it parenting research. Fathers don't feel validated. They think that, especially low-income dad, they feel like the only thing they can do for the child is to pay. And you know that we have minimum wage of $12 an hour or 15 or whatever. So that for them to be able to provide for the children, often they have 2 or 3 jobs, which means that they're not having any time to do the caregiving that we want them to do. And I have seen a lot of despair in these dads' faces when I interview them or I videotape them, a dad who hasn't seen his child, he was 9 months and now he's 18 months. And you know what, he was working. When he comes home, the child is sleeping. And when he leaves, the child is sleeping. So there's no time to do caregiving. And then obviously he's penalized because mom will say, well, you don't even know how your child is. You don't know your child. So little by little, men begin to disengage and it becomes just a paycheck, child support every week. So I think in many ways, our science hasn't really served low-income African-American and Latino men really well. We have, instead of understanding the context and the variation of parenting. So for example, mental health, guess what? Dads get depressed too. And we find a lot of low-income dads depressed, and depressed dads don't talk as much. So here's a dad who was talking a lot, and now he's feeling overwhelmed and depressed. He's not doing a lot of talking to the child, which was good for the child. So we don't address the mental health of men. Sometimes they don't want to, but also they don't get any services or support. When I started doing this work, many of the men will say, you came for her, right? I think you were saying this earlier, Carla. No, we came for you. So if you don't want to participate, then we won't have the dad of this child. But they're so used to being secondary, to be the secondary parents, even if they are doing the primary care. So I think where we are now is trying to understand how low-income ethnic minority men, right, who experience racism, discrimination, all the bad things, how do they manage to parent in a positive way to children? How do they prevent the children to being like them? And a lot of times the goal is to protect them and to raise them. And as you know, all of us who are parents and do parenting is really hard, even when you have all the resources. But I think especially for low-income men in this country, we have vilified them to no end, so basically they can do anything rather than pay. So, and I think if one good thing that could come out of this group is understanding how we disseminate evidence-based information that can convince policymakers to start investing in federal programs that also encourage men to be positively involved with the children, whatever that means, right? Yeah, so I'll stop there.
So I guess the question was originally about the unique contributions of fathers, and I think for this one I'm going to have to do the same thing that Lauren did in our previous panel, which is that the organism that I study, the father's in the only contribution in terms of the caregiving, which I think illustrates a lot of really interesting things. One is that clearly he can do everything that is needed. Another interesting thing, you cannot convince These are sticklebacks. These are fish. I just want to make sure we're all clear. The fish, the female fish that I work on, she will not provide care for her offspring. We were talking at lunch earlier, and I was saying, like, if you show females a bunch of little baby sticklebacks, she will eat them. She will not care for them. So, you know, the unique contribution of fathers, at least in this critter that I study and in many other organisms where there's sole paternal care, is that they do everything, and they're clearly capable and very good at doing all of it. Another part of the question had to do with variation, which I think is also a very interesting topic. A few things I can say about this from our own work. One of the interesting observations we made was that through quantitative genetic studies, we were able to estimate the heritability of parental behavior in a population of sticklebacks. And we found that the heritability was shockingly high, much higher than we were expecting. So there is tremendous heritable variation among individual males in how they behave towards their offspring. This variation, we think, has adaptive significance, but it's clearly being maintained somehow within a population. So I think one of the lessons from this is, you know, there's a lot of ways to skin the cat, even as a stickleback. They exhibit a lot of individual variation, and it has a heritable component. Another thing I think is partly relevant from some of the work just on this one fish that I study and in many other critters, it has to do with kind of different strategies for being a successful parent. And one of the interesting things about a lot of organisms where parents need to both provide direct care for their offspring, be it provisioning, tending, cleaning, really direct hands-on, if you will, care for the offspring, they're also at the same time often needing to defend those offspring from a bunch of threats. So an individual male stickleback, for example, is highly territorial. He defends a territory. Everybody wants to eat his kids. Caviar is delicious. If he can't get it right, he will have no reproductive success. So he's very, 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 very aggressive. And an individual male stickleback will go from fighting and beating up on his neighbors to going back to his nest and ever so tenderly, pardon my anthropomorphism, picking up his little individual baby offspring, cleaning them off, putting them back in, or herding them around and then ever so gingerly putting them back into his nest. And so there's some of the kind of assumptions that we make about things about aggression or pro-social and antisocial behavior. An individual male is going back and forth between those two things while he's providing care. There's a lot of cool individual variation in how much an individual might allocate towards one strategy for the other, but I think a lesson and a recurring theme throughout this conference so far is that there can be multiple effective strategies. And then just one more point, I want to follow up on a theme that Natasha raised, and I think it was actually the first thing you said, which is that this is really hard to study. And I don't think this has quite come up yet in the conference, but I think it's a really important one. So this critter that I work on, many hundreds of labs throughout the world study it, but very, very few, actually none, study parental care because it is such a pain. It is so hard. So unlike other kinds of traits where you can just like pick up the organism and measure what you want to do or show it a stimulus and measure behavior and reaction, if we're doing a study in the lab, we have to convince the animals to build a nest, and then we have to convince him to mate with her, and we have to convince her to mate with him, and then we have to convince him to keep caring for his eggs, and then we have to watch them. And it takes weeks and weeks and weeks of daily tending and observations just to get in one single individual data point. So they're different set of challenges, obviously, but I just wanted to point out that this is such an important area of research, but it's also really challenging. Oh, please.
Based on your research, Alison, are there lessons from sticklebacks or animal world that challenge our assumptions about human fathers?
I think an assumption about dads maybe not being as good as moms, I think, is directly challenged by all of this work that I think we're hearing about today, especially from other organisms where dads are clearly capable of doing a really, really good job. And so I think there's some sexist assumptions that are really bucked when you kind of take a more biological diversity perspective.
Okay, so I mentioned that I study paternal brain function in humans. So for this question, I'm just going to talk about those results. And And so the first thing I wanted to say is that we actually know in quite a great amount of detail what neural systems and circuits are involved in parental behavior in rodents. And so especially female rodents and female rats, that's been really well mapped out. And so one of the things that we've been doing in my lab is asking whether this model of parental brain function that works really well in rodents, can that be applied to human males, to human fathers? And so I actually think it is worth getting into just a little bit of neuroanatomy, which is challenging without visuals, but they're in rats, for example. There's a really critical region of the brain that's involved in parental care, and that's a region that's found within the hypothalamus, which is a subcortical structure. But within the hypothalamus, there's a subregion called the medial preoptic area, or oftentimes it's referred to as just the MPOA. And we know that that area is important for maternal behavior in mammals. And we also know that it's important for paternal behavior in those mammals where you see paternal caregiving. But it's not just that region. We have to think of kind of circuits in the brain. So the MPOA is actually connected to these midbrain dopamine systems. And we all know, or I think a lot of us know, that dopamine is involved in reward and motivation. And so that circuit between the MPOA and the midbrain dopamine systems is what allows parents to find their offspring motivating and rewarding, and makes them want to take care of their offspring. And the other really important thing to say about that circuit is that it's modulated by oxytocin. So oxytocin is able to potentiate dopamine release in that circuit, and that presumably that makes the offspring even more rewarding, and it makes the parent even more motivated to care for the offspring. So I'm just going to tell you about 3 findings that we have that I think are consistent with the idea that human fathers are using that same subcortical motivational system that we find in other mammals. And the first is that, so I was telling you that sometimes we show fathers pictures of their infants or children, and we look at how their brain responds to that. And so the fathers that show the most activation within this circuit that I was just telling you about, if we show them a picture of their child, are the fathers who are most involved in the instrumental care of that child. And this is as reported by the mother. So if the mother tells us that the father's doing a lot of, he's changing a lot of diapers, he's giving the child baths, he's preparing meals, then he tends to have stronger activation in this circuit that I was just telling you about when he's looking at viewing pictures of his child. So that's the first piece of evidence. The second is I mentioned that we try to experimentally manipulate the oxytocin system by giving fathers intranasal oxytocin. And you have to give it intranasally because otherwise it doesn't get across the blood-brain barrier. But when we give fathers extra oxytocin, that increases their activation within this same circuit I was telling you about, again, when they're viewing photographs of their child. And so one potential interpretation of that is it's increasing the reward value of that child, or it's increasing the father's motivation to engage with that child. And then the third piece of evidence is from the longitudinal studies that I told you about that we're doing. And so we're now seeing that if we scan these fathers when their first child is just gestating, like 4 to 5 months gestation, and then we scan them again when their infant is 4 months old, so they've had 4 months to interact with that child and to learn what it is to be a parent. Longitudinally, we see increases within components of this same circuit I was telling you about. So I think that's really important because it suggests that the father's brain is actually changing functionally, perhaps due to the experience of parenting, or there could be hormonal factors that are contributing to that. But there are a lot of species where males and females have no interest in parenting until they actually become a parent. And so, for example, female rats find pups aversive. They'll sometimes attack them. But after they go through pregnancy and experience the hormones of pregnancy, those offspring suddenly become a very rewarding, appealing stimulus to them. So this, I think, is evidence for some neurobiological changes that take place in human fathers as well. And then, do I have another minute? Or so the other thing, we've also looked at hormones longitudinally, and I just want to tell you about a couple of things that we found recently that I think are quite interesting. So there are a lot of different groups, and Lee talked about this, that have shown that involved fathers tend to have lower levels of testosterone compared to non-fathers. But I think there's still a question of exactly when does that happen during the transition to fatherhood. And so what we're seeing is already at this period of 4 to 5 months gestation, the expecting fathers have lower testosterone than our non-father control group. And what's interesting about that is that's actually predictive of how much time the father spends with the mother and infant postnatally. Okay, so the prenatal levels are predicting his postnatal behavior. And this is actually consistent with some other work by Darby Saxby, who's found kind of similar things, and I think Lee as well. And then the other hormone that's quite interesting that we've looked at is vasopressin, which is kind of closely related to oxytocin, but across many species it's involved in territoriality and aggression, and that seems to behave very much like testosterone. So these expecting fathers, from the very first point that we measure their hormone levels when their child is gestating, they already have lower levels of vasopressin than the control group. And it's also the case that the lower their vasopressin levels, the more positively engaged they become with their infant postnatally. So it's almost like the lower levels of these two hormones is like anticipating a life history strategy switch on the part of these men, where they kind of transition to becoming more engaged in parenting. So yeah, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. I wanted to move on to the implications of the research. But before I do that, I did want to pause and see if anybody had any questions related to the science or anything that the panelists shared.
I want to go back, Alison, to your description of the challenges of collecting data from the fish or fishes. We had those of us from not many English speakers yesterday. We were learning about 30 species of fishes. So you were saying, and this is one of our saying, we have to convince them to provide care. So to what extent that is speaking of the relative contributions? We're having this conversation along this gradient going from humans, fully influenced by culture, to whatever organism we want to choose, or we're going to assume that instead of genetically it was maybe bigger. When I hear you say we have to convince them, can you translate that into what are the cues? What are the things that you can do to promote, to get us to do it? I mean, is that speaking of a profound environmental influence of the sort that we've been talking about when we're discussing human dads, and that the potential is there, but you're giving the right context? Now, when I think of fish, I probably wrongly assume that, well, not so much, I mean, these guys will do it no matter what. I mean, there's no culture. So what do you mean by convincing?
If I knew the answer to that, then I would be so much happier and things would run so much more smoothly in the lab. I think it's mostly a failure of our own understanding of what it takes to be a fish that wants to actually reproduce in the lab. It more has to do with the artificiality of being in a laboratory setting. Are we giving them the appropriate cues? So we know temperature and photoperiod, for example, are super, super important, but Do they have the right neighbors? Have we given them enough algae? And have they had the right experience in terms of interacting with other individuals? Have we given them the right choice of potential mates? There's mutual mate choice in this system, and they're very picky. Both males and females are very picky. So when I say having to convince them, I really think it has more to do with us trying to do experiments in an artificial lab environment. But I think your point about the cue, what are the cues, that's also obviously an interesting scientific point, like what are the cues necessary?
I think we had one more question, Max, and then, or go ahead.
What I mean by evolutionarily lost is that so the entire family, Gastrosteidae, all of the species exhibit sole paternal care, but there is a population of sticklebacks that does not exhibit parental care, any form of parental care, paternal care. So it's evolutionary lost. Yeah.
Yeah, it's intriguing to think about, is this something, a hormonal physiological change that's reflecting their like anticipation of taking on this role? I was just at a conference with a scientist, her name is Karen Bales, and she studies TT monkeys. And she was telling me that the fathers also have decreased vasopressin signaling. In this case, it's fewer vasopressin receptors in their brain. But I thought that was a really intriguing parallel, and it made me think we might be onto something there.
His wife and child in a context of a whole family, and that has that alteration of the balance between the two systems.
Yeah, thank you so much for telling me that. I think vasopressin's been kind of neglected relative to oxytocin, and what you're talking about, sort of hormonal changes in response to a stimulation, which is great. And then my results were more baseline levels, but yeah, thank you for sharing that.
Can I just follow up quickly? Before I forget the prenatal. Okay. Yeah, the prenatal finding is so interesting. I have behavioral data showing similar things, but I wanted to ask you if in your sample of men, kind of related to your question, were they all involved prenatally and whatever that means? So middle-class men are more likely to go to the doctor's visits and you touch your belly and all this stuff. So I think for low-income men, that prenatal period is super important to get them in a trajectory of involvement. So we did a study looking at when do you find out that your partner is pregnant? Sometimes the fathers find out day off. They go, by the way, you have a child. And so I wonder how that neurobiology of that parenting is. And you just go, whoa, this is mine. Or she might say, yep, but it might not be yours. So that might change the trajectory, right? And then, so we did start looking at, we asked dads, how often were you involved in two things? With the fetus, related to the fetus, did you touch the mom's belly? Did you listen to a sonogram, and did you do this? And did you support your wife or your partner, in this case, with food or, whatever? What we found was that fathers who said, I was engaged all the time prenatally, like they did all those 6 things, were more likely to stay involved in the child's life 3 years out. This project was funded by the Ford Foundation, wanted to know how early is early to get fathers involved in a child's life. It was super interesting because the fathers who said no, I just found out yesterday that I had this child that has 0 involvement, they were disengaged from the child's life like a month after the child was born. So the magic moment, the birth is but then it went just down completely. It completely related to whether they were involved prenatally or not. So that could set them into a trajectory, biologically speaking, of involvement if they are access to the child.
Very quick question, Jim. Is your study large enough to pick up postpartum depression? Which, by the way, is, for those of you who don't know, happens half as often as maternal postpartum depression. Yeah, well, we've enrolled 50 expecting fathers and 50 non-fathers, and we follow them longitudinally. We do have a measure of postnatal depression in the fathers, and so it's something I'm really interested in exploring. And even though maternal postpartum depression is, I think, a bigger issue, it's still the case that, as I understand it, rates are about twice as high in new fathers compared to men who are not new fathers. So it's not something that we should neglect. And untreated, it's a disaster for the family. So we should be looking for it. Yeah, we'll look into it.
Thank you. So for the next part, I really wanted to talk about or have the panelists speak about implications of the research, and of course you've touched upon it a little bit already. So in some of the work that we do and what we see in terms of early childhood programs and policies, which is what we focus on, in a lot of the designs in the sector of these interventions, the role of fathers is almost like an afterthought. And so whether you're thinking of paternal leave policies or early childhood programming, or early learning programs or parenting programs, usually the role of the mother is front and center. And of course, the father's role is vital, it's important, but it doesn't get as much attention. So coming back to the work you're doing and kind of extrapolating a little bit, where do you see the real world implications or kind of people who are working in a more applied fashion in terms of early childhood or parents and caregivers and their well-being? Where do you see the implications of the research, and how can we push the boundaries in terms of understanding fatherhood a little differently, making it more inclusive beyond traditional ways of thinking about it?
Thank you. Yeah, that's a good question. I've been thinking about that for a long time. I see about maybe 2 or 3 lines of implications. So the one first for research for us, because we are researchers. We need more research, but in a different way. We need it to be more interdisciplinary. I have a handbook of father engagement in interdisciplinary perspectives. We need to really bring all this wisdom from different silos, disciplines, to understand what is it that how do we create a system when fathers feel supported at the national level, at the social programmatic community level, so that they can be better parents with their children. I feel like low-income dads are kind of like an untapped resource. Low-income children are at risk for lots of things, and low academic performance, poverty, a life of suffering, and fathers can play a role. We have now an intervention showing that when fathers, the only effects that we're finding are actually on fathers. Fathers do want to do better by the children, they want to be there, and they want to help them. It's just a lot of times there isn't a lot of support for them. So we need to understand better why fathers matter for kids' language, social development, executive function, under what conditions, for whom, all those questions that are just take us away from correlational stuff. We need to understand processes so that we can intervene. A lot of the work that I've done also shows very domain-specific findings. So sometimes, for example, for reading or language, talking a lot is important, not so much for social skills. There are different ways to encourage children to follow directions and be social and all this stuff. We also need to do more joint effects. We're now, thank you for including moms and dads in the models, we do that, but we really need to look at the joint effects. Moms and dads, cross-parental effects. They influence one another, right, in ways that we have yet to understood really well. And again, those effects, joint effects, might be domain-specific to a particular context at a particular age or whatever. We have not touched at all what it's like to be a dad of a child with disability, for example. And disability, we just kind of, we have no bandwidth, so we said, well, we're just including fathers with normative developing or typically developing children. But there's lots of other, like autism is now high, especially among low-income families. I had a dad who said, I don't even know, he doesn't want me to hug him. What do you want me to do? And so when we hear things like this, we suggest services, but it's just an unknown. We just assume that all children need the same thing and they don't. So that's for the research piece. We really need to be talking more to one another. It's been kind of disconcerting in some ways that after 20 years of doing this work since the NIH, funding is drying up for fatherhood research unless you have a specific angle or maybe fish dads. But human dads, I get a lot of rejects, proposal rejected, and they go, well, where are the moms? If you don't collect data for moms, then you can't just do father research. And I want to do both, but it's super challenging, it's very expensive. Because of all the things that I said. So I don't know. And as I said earlier, we need to stop doing parenting research only based on moms. It just doesn't work. It doesn't work. Most of the studies don't even control for the effects of dads, so that we probably are overestimating maternal effects on many of these things. So we need to really do better, I think. It's when I say this, people say, yeah, but I didn't have enough money to include dads. I go, well, make space. We have to, if we're going to do parenting research of any kind, we really should include both moms and dads. For policies, it's really clear. I think the policy at the federal level, it still continues to be fathers are providers first. That, never mind the economic conditions, never mind that you can't get a job, never mind that you need 3 jobs. You need to do both. That creates a huge tension and conflict within fathers who think that they should be doing both, spending time with the kids and providing for them financially. We have set up a system when they cannot do both. They have to do one or the other. And then when the kids, when they don't know the children, they begin to disengage, we go, oh, that'd be dad, see, didn't I tell you? But it's really difficult, and I don't know how to fix this, but the economic conditions of poor men in America are really crazy and even getting worse. So that's the one thing. Policymakers need to understand that if a father cannot provide for the children financially, how about childcare? I mean, how about providing care, right? Not babysitting. Care, right? Making that priority, not just the middle-class dads, but low-income dads. They do love the children, and they would love to stay home with them, many of them. Like, why would I want to work at McDonald's when I can spend my time with my 2-year-old? So we don't have those choices for them. And again, we are really setting up children to fail, low-income children, even worse than they are. There's all these predictions I'm sure you've seen during the next 3 years. Homelessness in America, especially child poverty, is going to probably go up by God knows how much. That means that those fathers and those mothers of those kids will be also economically under the worst conditions ever. You cannot parent positively when you might be evicted, when you don't have a job, when you might be deported, and there's so many kids. So my plea is my implications of this research is that we have to understand that father caregiving is just as important as their contribution financially. I'm writing a book actually with Ron Mincy, this economist, coming up this summer, I hope, on love and money, how fathers, it's called Love and Money, how fathers care for their children, so that you can begin to change how we see men are just not providers. They are, all this stuff that we're talking about, it's not filtering to any, there are child supported visitations, they have changed somewhat, but not enough for to signal to men the priority to you, to your child, is to be a good caregiver. So I think that's it.
So I have less to say about policy, but I'll just say a few things, which is, and this sort of touches on something we've already talked about, is that I think an implication for policy is that the biology is telling us actually that fathering is very natural, and questions, therefore, a lot of sexist assumptions about who's going to be a good care provider. I think another thing we learned from the biology is that there's lots of ways to be a different kind of dad. Again, a more pluralistic message I think we keep hearing over and over again. And then another thing kind of related to the fathering is natural point is that from an evolutionary perspective, at least when we think about fishes as being the most diverse and ancient vertebrate clade, it's still up for debate exactly, like the phylogenies are not very well resolved, but is it entirely possible that fathering evolved before mothering? In which case, moms are actually tapping into their inner fish when they are performing fathering, or when they're performing mothering. So that's another way to sort of normalize that fathering is everywhere.
Yeah, I think Allison kind of just made this point, but I think there are a lot of people who feel that it's unnatural for men to be involved in infant and child care. And I think that's a message that we could try to change based on some of the science that we're doing. That, in fact, that's one of the major themes of Sarah Hurdy's book, Father Time. And so I think there's clear evidence that men have physiological adaptations in the form of hormonal changes and other things that prepare them to be involved in caring for infants. And I think that includes decreases in testosterone. We know that testosterone can interfere with frustration tolerance, which is something you need a lot of when you have an infant that cries inconsolably through the night. Testosterone can interfere with empathy, and so when testosterone levels decrease, I think that's an obvious adaptation that helps men, fulfill this role. And higher levels of oxytocin are also important, probably for making the infant a more rewarding stimulus and for increasing paternal empathy. So I think we could try to change that message. And the other thing I think we're learning, it could be the case that the brain areas and regions that are involved in maternal care could be completely different from the brain regions that are involved in paternal care, but most of the evidence seems to suggest that there's kind of this global parental caregiving system, and that's a term from Ruth Feldman. It's probably used by mothers and fathers, and it's probably used by other types of caregivers as well. But if that's the case, then we all have this thing inside of our brains, right? We all have the parental brain circuitry. We just have to tap into it. And maybe it's a little bit easier for moms to do that if they get exposed to the hormones of pregnancy. But we also know that dads are experiencing some hormonal changes. And so I think that helps us realize that it is within our capacity to do these things.
Thank you. I think we're okay on time, Eduardo. Yeah. So also to now pause a little bit and see if people have any questions more on what was discussed just now in terms of the implication of the research.
Hello. So we were just talking about testosterone, and I think testosterone is super interesting. And recently online, I don't know if you know this, but there's a growing trend of what I think is a bit of neuroticism of young men in particular with their views on how they think their testosterone should be, preferably super high testosterone, don't touch receipt paper because receipt paper will decrease your testosterone. And this spread of this hormone that has benefits to be raised for high and low. And how do you think like testosterone's benefits at like various levels and like the drawbacks of testosterone should be communicated if you think like it does do things like do you think it's valuable to communicate that? I don't know.
Yeah, it's a really important point that there are costs associated with having high testosterone levels as well. And so one cost I think would be it's probably harder to be a real sensitive, responsive parent or father. But there are other costs in terms of kind of longevity. So like in any species that's been studied, castrated males live longer than intact males, and that includes humans. It's also the case that once human children go through puberty, that's when there's a big sex difference in mortality that emerges for almost any cause of mortality that you look at, with males being more likely to die than females. And we know there's a lot of confounds here, but we know that steroid users don't live as long as people who don't. So I think, and the studies that they do with birds are, where they implant birds with extra testosterone, I think are really revealing. They tend to expand their territories, but then so that they can potentially have another mate, but they don't feed their chicks as much. And there's also, when you look at different measures of aging, like telomeres and so forth, their telomeres shorten faster and so forth. So yeah, I think it's really important. But there also has been a secular decline in testosterone in men over the last few decades, a decline in levels, and I don't know exactly what that's due to. But I think we need to be careful about having sort of appropriate levels of testosterone versus like super physiological. There's probably a big difference between those two things.
If I could just add one thing also to the testosterone story, I think it's important to recognize that many of the masculinizing effects of testosterone are actually testosterone being converted to estrogen. And it's actually the activity of that enzyme and the estrogen itself that's kind of more directly responsible for some of these masculinizing effects.
Paternal involvement, that it caught a lot of attention, and I think there were different interpretations at the time. What do you think now?
Well, I was hoping not to talk about that, actually. Well, there are a number of species. If you look at species where males have large testes for their body size, they tend to invest more of their energy in mating than they do in parenting. And so the idea was just to see, is there meaningful variation in this trait among humans? And so what we found was that men who had smaller testes tended to be more involved in instrumental care for their toddler children. So the idea was that for whatever reason, men may vary in their life history strategies, and that might change throughout their lifetime. There may be some differences that they're born with or whatever, but that maybe this is a correlate of adopting a life history strategy that is more focused on mating versus parenting effort. So that was kind of the idea.
Measure testosterone levels in many animals from engage in empathic dialogue or benefit from it. So the prices to carry out that as a testosterone.
So I will add something to the kind of testosterone question that Jonathan asked. So I think, well, one, I mean, I think for those of us who kind of study these questions about the biology of fatherhood, broadly defined, there's often a lot of media interest in it, particularly around Father's Day. And so reporters I mean, I think in popular culture there's a conflation between testosterone and masculinity, right? And there's an assumption that testosterone drives these cultural features of masculinity. And so in the context of kind of trying to think about how to message this to the general public and talking to reporters or things like that, once I realized that I was going to keep getting this question about whether fatherhood was therefore emasculating to men because their testosterone was going down, my response to that is generally, I think if you ask a lot of men about whether investing in their family and being there for their family is an important part of masculinity, they would say yes. Therefore, if their testosterone is going down as a father and it's helping facilitate their commitment to their family, there's no inherent conflict at all between low testosterone and masculinity, and in fact, it's helping facilitate an important component of masculinity for many men in settings like the U.S.
I want to play devil's advocate. I need to admit, I wouldn't be fair to the students who hear me say this in class, that I struggle with the extent of time and space on published work that we give to such a simple explanation to something that when we get together like this, what I'm hearing from everyone is that it's extremely complicated to understand the causal pathways to these complex behavioral patterns. Still, we keep coming back and back to testosterone. And so I was listening to you and I was kind of putting together this exercise. So let's say we all agree of the profound benefits to the mother, the infant, and the father of committing to paternal care. At the same time, I'm hearing that testosterone seems to be this kind of holy grail that can bring back on top of it. Then if I say, listen, it sounds like it's more important that I become a good father. I'm using good again instead of father. I become a good father. Will you prescribe me testosterone blockers? Why are we talking? If it is so clear the way we talk about the relationship between testosterone and all this, why are we here? Are we talking about then let's use testosterone and put it to work and block it, and then I become a good father? So I quit smoking. I'm sorry? I need some receipt paper. So, why would we consider doing testosterone management for fathers to be who say, I want to be the best father I can, just give me some blocker? It seems like it's so directional that then, if you say no, it's because then why do we take it as directional when we speak about it the other way?
Well, I mean, when good fathers, their testosterone doesn't go all the way to zero. It goes down, I think, by about 40%. I think you said in your studies. So there might be a difference between that and going all the way to zero. So there are also some studies showing that when fathers listen to infant crying, their testosterone spikes in response to that. And one interpretation has been that that's adaptive for paternal defense of an infant who's in distress. I also think it's feasible that testosterone has some role in the rough and tumble play or the manner in which fathers are interacting with their children. I don't think we have good evidence of that yet, but so maybe you don't want to have none. And also, like Lee was saying, I mean, there are some contexts where it's important because it facilitates aspects of provisioning or indirect care, things like that. So it's kind of complicated, but yeah, I mean, I don't think you should be taking anabolic steroids when you become a new father, because that's probably a bad idea.
I would add also it sort of implicitly kind of promotes the idea that hormones are causal of behavior as opposed to the environmental influences that can change behavior and feedback to influence the entire hormonal system. So giving primacy to kind of biological drivers as the primary ones.
I'd like to add to what you said, Alison, that I fatherhood is that it's behavior-based. It's triggered, the biology, the paternal brain, and the hormones are triggered by behavior, by caregiving behavior. And rather than give a father testosterone blockers, I would say engage in synchrony, in play, in investment, in caregiving, and that would tune your testosterone alongside everything else, alongside the cortisol and the oxytocin and the immune biomarkers and the endorphin opioids. Much better to do it through involved caregiving than by blocking it.
I agree.
Cheaper.
Yeah.
So I have a follow-up question, and I was really glad you asked your question before, because I was thinking the same thing. Like, as you all were talking, I was like, oh, okay, well, maybe if I brought my dads in, we blocked some testosterone, and we gave him some whiffs of oxytocin, we could solve my problems that I'm having with the dads. And I know it's not as simplistic as that, but I guess I was thinking about oxytocin and what you were saying about that giving them the nasal puff of oxytocin does like increase their engagement with their children. And so, and I've thought of this before as an add-on to a therapeutic intervention, especially for dads who are really struggling with how to engage well with their children. So in addition to providing them with support and nurturing around how do you engage with your kids, how you get more reward from it, would there be any benefit to some sort of supplement?
I think that's a great idea, and I think it would make a lot of sense to try intranasal oxytocin as a treatment for postpartum depression in mothers. And I wrote an unfunded grant for that, but also for fathers who are lacking in paternal motivation for whatever reason. And actually, oxytocin also seems to facilitate learning, and so people who are talking about using it therapeutically and clinically are talking about doing it exactly that you combine it with some type of like training or therapy or something where you're learning something, and then oxytocin is kind of facilitating that learning process. So I think it's a really good idea.
Can I just add something really quickly? In the work that I do, not all parental or father caregiving is good for the child. There's the quality of father caregiving. So we want to be careful, because most of the men that you guys study are middle-class men. They're probably the variation of parenting is a little, except for Carla. But I would not want to give a whiff of anything to some of the low-income dads that I see. It's because caregiving for an infant and being sensitive and nurturing and all this stuff, it's not just more of engagement. It has to be a particular type of quality of parenting that we don't really know. So careful.
And I could see the use of oxytocin or some of these drugs that are being developed, but I see them as last resorts, because we have these minimal and very effective, proven interventions, which is more social support for the mother before and after the baby's born, and that does it. I mean, the old study, what they're doing in England right now, and it makes such a difference, even 18 years later, and so I agree with you, but I definitely see it as a last resort.
It'd be better to stimulate endogenous oxytocin.
Much better.
Yes.
It's a very powerful nerve.
So if we have no more questions, you'd have.
I wanted to, I know Eduardo knows this, and he's playing devil's advocate probably to elicit some of these comments, but I mean, part of, I think those of us who are working with these biological systems, whether humans or in non-human animal models, recognize the biological complexity of the pathways in the systems. Unfortunately, it's really hard and challenging and expensive to do the work. So, I mean, testosterone and oxytocin and cortisol together. We've tried to do that in some of my studies abroad and in the United States. Jim's probably tried to do it too. But the point is, we recognize that these, in this case, we're talking about single hormones, oftentimes are working in tandem or in opposition to one another, and ultimately for them to contribute to emotional states or to have an effect on behavior, they have to kind of operate within the brain and bind to their receptors to then have kind of effects through the types of circuitry that Jim was outlining. So the point is, I do think we have to be careful not to oversimplify. And in the context of our studies, oftentimes we're kind of focused on it analytically in a single hormone type manner for a number of kind of financial and design related considerations. But it's important to not lose the thread about the biological complexity. I also think it's important not to lose our ability to try to communicate aspects of this to the public. And if we overcomplicate it in the kind of narratives that we're trying to put forth that are accessible to help people understand, say, the biological capacities that fathers do have to prepare for parenthood and be engaged as fathers. If we overcomplicate it, we're going to lose the kind of maybe minimal public attention we have now, and what we should be doing is working to increase the public attention to these important sets of findings, not necessarily decrease them by making it so complicated that the public kind of can't internalize it.
Yeah, I wanted to get comments, but I worry. I mean, we're still trying to unpack the damage of the selfish gene, right? And back in the 90s, of course we know there's no gene for altruism. Of course we know there's no gene for this. But we're still paying the costs of having simplified our understanding of the evolution of behavior with the selfish gene and all the subsequent discussions. So I worry about it, but let's hold it. We need to. We come back.
Yes, we'll have more time, so thank you for this very feisty discussion on testosterone and a whiff of oxytocin. I really enjoyed the discussion. I'm sure all of you did. Thank you for your contribution. And the one takeaway that I take from this for the work that we do is really to do a better job of using the science and translating the science, to your point, Lee, in supporting the work that we do on early childhood and with kids and families. So thank you for that. I know that we have another 40 minutes for this section, so let's take a break and then we'll come back to our tables, have a discussion with the people that you're sitting with, and if there are any more questions or discussions to be had, then we'll open the floor up again. So thank you.
explain why men tend to gravitate towards that more.
I can say behaviorally, rough and tumble play can be also not a positive thing for kids when dads are too rough.
Hola.
Okay. Yeah, sounds good. But now if I talk to anybody right now, I gotta.
I'm gonna mute it now. I'm gonna mute everything now.
Okay. No more secrets.
So, what are your opinions on?
Yeah, I'm good. Okay, I can. Okay.
Para ver qué dice Hannah sobre cuáles serían las recomendaciones de ella de cómo administrar o hacer cambios o subir contenido.
They asked me to do it like the first one because of the technology. Yeah. End of the day. It's
yeah. You get the last leg of the relay.
See how people's energy, if it can last.
that will be seated is Sarah, Ruth, and Eduardo.
Okay.
Okay?
Yeah. Is it okay if at the beginning I stand up?
Oh,
Or-
yeah.
Okay.
And mostly since you have that, you don't
Okay.
need, you
Okay.
can do whatever you want. You can walk, you can do whatever you want.
Okay.
You're free to.
Okay.
At least now I know. 'Cause if like somebody's pronounced one thing, I don't know, what's your pronounce? I'm like, oh my god, no. So at least I know that.
I wonder if people are logging back in after
I have this feeling it's just us, but but imagine if there's like lots of people watching. I doubt it. Did you send it to your mom?
I sent it to my siblings.
Or did they watch it?
I think they did. They were asking if they're recording.
So like anytime I read an essay, just like use the convolution, like you misspelled it.
Too late for the
Because I'll write things late at night and then I'll like.
I sent it to my mom, but she won't be able to figure out how to make it work.
Yeah, so we have to find a recording for our home.
Did you, Eduardo's noticed that they misspelled these?
Yeah.
I think it gives it more character.
And the pictures are his and Secondo. That's the two of them.
Oh yeah? Oh.
Mike, if you stand,
Okay.
try to stay like over there, away from the screen, so I don't have all that light behind you.
Okay.
So stand
I'm just gonna
somewhere-
stand a little at the beginning, but
Stand somewhere there, and then you
Okay.
go. You sit on your
Okay.
place. Okay.
yeah.
I think it's Sarah here, right?
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Yes.
No tough questions.
Of course not. Only questions about synchrony?
You're in the middle.
Only questions about synchrony or only questions in synchrony? In synchrony, okay. I can't control, I can only control half of that.
I'm to the right of Ruth.
So if you want to find your seats, conference with the live streaming that the foundation is doing. Welcome you as well. Please welcome to our last and third panel, and I'm part of the panel. So I just simply introduce the moderator of the panel, Michael Fadelson, Chief Executive Officer of the Van Leer Foundation. Michael?
I got myself a microphone, so you can keep it. The last session of the day is always tricky because the energy levels are low, especially if you are jet lagged. So hopefully everybody is doing well. I, for one, am feeling very much in touch with my inner fish. So thank you, Allison, for that. Just before starting, I wanted to say thank you to you, Eduardo. I've been struck by how kind everybody is here since we got here and during the day. And I think that's what happens when the guy who studies fathering among owl monkeys is the convener of the community. So very much appreciate it, and just wanted to give you a round of applause. Yeah. So just briefly, I'm a colleague of Rushta, who moderated the last panel, and the CEO of the Van Leer Foundation, but mostly I'm a father of an 11-year-old girl, so this topic is particularly special for me. I wanted to also share an anecdote, but of a different kind, in order to explain the focus of this panel. So about 10 years ago, we work on early childhood development, and we do a lot of work using the science to convince people to invest more in children and families. About 10 years ago, a very senior figure of a large institution that will remain nameless, his advisor called me and said he'd really like to promote more investment in early nutrition. Do you have any new, colorful brain images that he can use? Because he really likes using the neuroscience. So I called a colleague who provided one, and this very senior policymaker went around the world using this image to promote investment in early nutrition, very successfully, and we were pleased with that. A few years later, I saw a different policymaker make a presentation to me using the same brain image for a totally different topic. It was a topic I cared about. It was about social and emotional learning, but I knew that that image, at least the evidence behind it, was not really related to social and emotional learning. I was pleased that he wanted to invest more in social and emotional learning, but I had this sort of dilemma about how to feel, knowing that the evidence that was being presented to me was saying something else. The reason I share this anecdote is twofold. One is, in our experience, the science, the evidence is incredibly powerful in terms of getting people on board with the agenda of early childhood development. The brain images in particular can be striking in societies where we really revere the mind, which are many these days. And as soon as the science gets out of the lab or out of the academy, you lose control of it, and people like me start saying lots of things in order to make a point that the science may not say. So what we wanted to do today, sort of the last session, was to talk about that. How do we get the science out of the lab, out of the academy, into the world to change the experience of children and families and fathers and mothers and other people who take care of kids? And we have an amazing panel. I've had the pleasure of getting to know each of them a little bit over the last year. Each of them, I think, giants in this field, and when the story of the biology of fatherhood is written, I'm sure you'll all be characters in it. And I feel comfortable. Ruth said no difficult questions, but I feel comfortable, and sometimes asking academics to kind of talk about the practical implications and how to take the science out of the lab and getting them to commit to this is what it says, that can be a difficult question. But all three of them in our own interactions have expressed to me inquietud. What's inquietud? Would that be in English? It's no, it's a different. Yeah, like a restlessness. That's a good translation. A restlessness with. Yes, but we're in synchrony. We're working together. Yeah. So a restlessness of, I've been doing this work for so long, and I wanted to change the world. I wanted to change my community. And when we met and you talked about this conference, that's what you wanted. When I invite Ruth, we have a meeting next week to talk about the biology of synchrony. She says, now I want to talk about maternal depression and what we need to do to sort of fix this problem. And Sarah said to me, 10 years ago, I wouldn't even come to a conference like this, and suddenly becoming a grandmother made me an activist. My words, not hers. But there's this restlessness after, and the science. And the fish part must have been comforting as well. That was the hardest part. Yeah. This being in touch with one's inner fish, I think we're going to carry forward as a theme. So I think they're some of the best people to be on this panel because they've been doing this work for so long and feel this sense of restlessness, this sense of urgency. And so this panel is going to be about what to do with that sense of restlessness, how to get this work out into the world, and some of the opportunities, but also some of the challenges. But before doing that, I wanted to give you each a chance to introduce yourself and talk about how you came to this work. So there's a mic right there.
My name is Sarah Hurdy. I'm an emeritus professor at the University of California, Davis. And, I came to this topic from a very unusual direction. Years ago, I entered graduate school, over half a century ago, actually, to go to India to find out why these monkeys, in a species of monkey I'd never even seen, langur monkeys, why males were killing infants. And in the course of that work, I was to learn that this was a reproductive strategy on the part of males who weren't related to that infant. But I also learned that it's widespread in the order of primates, from simians, New World monkeys, Old World monkeys, apes, and in our closest related, ape relations, infanticide by males is one of the major causes of infant mortality, as it is in many primate species, not humans. So how do I get from males behaving badly, very badly indeed, to men behaving badly? And it was a circuitous route. When I had my first baby, I was a committed Bowlbian. I believed in attachment theory to the core of my being, and I wanted to be a good mother, raise a securely attached baby by staying constantly in touch with her. It didn't take me too long to find out that 24/7 demands was a bit much, and I wanted to understand how I could love my baby so much and still feel ambivalent about it. My little gene vehicle, why didn't I just want to turn my life over to her? Well, I was ambivalent about that. And that resulted in many years of research and the book Mother Nature, a book about maternal love and ambivalence in 1999. In that book, I concluded that there was no way that the bipedal apes in the line leading to the genus Homo could have evolved unless alloparents, group members other than the parents, allomothers, male and female group members other than the mother, had helped to care for and provision those infants. Well, with that in mind, I set out to learn more about when what's called cooperative breeding evolves in nature. And it's a wonderful, complicated story. And in the course of writing Mothers and Others, the evolutionary origins of mutual understanding, I got very interested in the implications of cooperative breeding for an ape with all the apely socio-cognitive benefits, slow maturing and helpless at birth, but also pretty clever what happens when that baby is reared in a novel, what for an ape was a completely novel developmental context, having to elicit care, not just from the mother, whose care is actually a little more contingent, not quite as contingent as in some species, but still contingent, and not absolutely dedicated like it would be in other apes, how to elicit the care they need to survive. And they have to engage with those around them. They have to appeal to, they have to learn their psychological preferences. And in the course of this happening, over the course of development, it kind of changed their minds. And an idea that has impressed me deeply, it's speculative, it's just my own interpretation, but I'll share it with you. I think the distinctively human areas of the prefrontal cortex, especially the medial prefrontal cortex, which evolved really in the last third quarter of the Pleistocene, it's fairly recent, was co-evolving with cooperative care. And when food sharing was producing more resources so brains could get bigger, they could get bigger at a discount really, because babies were already taking longer to grow up. And this frontal cortex, it turns out, and this is something I really only learned since researching this last book, which I'll get to in a minute, is that the medial prefrontal cortex in humans is activated much earlier than people thought. You probably are aware, like the Supreme Court says, you commit a murder before you're 18, you're scot-free. Well, not really, no death penalty. It's because they assume that your brain isn't fully developed. But it turns out, this is work by people like Tobias Grossman at the University of Virginia and others, and you're finding something similar. The medial prefrontal cortex starts to be active much earlier, within months. What's that for? Why not take that energy and just grow bigger, faster, and better locomotor and so forth? Well, it has to do with being able to engage others, mutual engagement. And that's just the beginning. But that sets the stage for mutual engagement, intersubjective understanding, communicating with others, sets the stage for a lot of other things that come later. But this is all like a self-reinforcing feedback loop with better nutrition, better care, bigger brains, babies much more attuned to others. And that really changed the way I thought about everything. And then I got to my first grandson, saw my son-in-law completely devoted to it, and asked, wait a minute, how on Darwin's earth could this be happening? And spent the next 10 years trying to unravel that mystery. But I think we should go on to something else.
Yeah, thanks.
So I study synchrony. Synchrony is how we construct social moments by through a simple social behavior. We look at each other, we smile together, we jointly execute the task, we run together. And that is a profound experience. I did my doctorate research on synchrony because I was a failed musician. I started as a musician and then realized that I'm not going to be so good at it, so I moved to study synchrony and mothers, and then started following these mothers. And after finishing my PhD, I came to do my postdoc here with Jim and Linda for 2 years, and went back to Israel to get my first position in '95. And at that time, I realized that more physical, more mastery. Children learn through synchrony with their father how to execute tasks well, how to enjoy, how to be curious, how to curtail their aggression. There is instillment of moral laws. The name of the father really is the cross-generation transmission of social order through synchronous fathering. But what was very important when I saw these fathers 25 and 30 years later, and this is something that I have, what was the word? Unrest?
Restlessness.
Inquietude.
Inquietude.
Inquietude to say up, to bring out that all those fathers, and all those fathers, think about fathers who started, this is my generation of parents. These are fathers that started 30 years ago and didn't have a model of involved fathering and wanted to do it differently. And they all said in the interview when 20, 25, 30 years later, this was the best experience of my life. I am so glad I was an involved father. It opened me to emotion. It improved my marriage. I have a terrific relationship with my children. It changed my life. And the most interesting thing was that it enhanced my work performance, my achievement at the job. I learned to multitask like mothers, to use my time well. So being an involved dad is not anything you do for anybody else. You do it for yourself. It's the best thing you could do for yourself to expand your bandwidth of emotional life. And then as time, as I was following children with their moms and their dads, my lab took on more and more biological system to see how synchrony expands not just through behavior but also through a variety of systems. So we began to explore oxytocin in fathers. We started with fathers a few weeks after their baby's birth and then followed them for many, many years later. And this was the first discovery that oxytocin in involved dad is just as high as in moms, even if moms are full-time nursing, when oxytocin is not measured immediately before or 10 minutes after nursing. So baseline oxytocin in involved dad jumps nearly twice as much as non-fathers, but it's similar in mothers and fathers, and we measured it in all bodily fraction, in plasma, in saliva, in urine. Now we have measurement in sweat. We also measured it in breast milk, obviously only moms. And we measure it in hair strands. And wherever you look, levels of oxytocin in men and women are similar, but they differ. There's individual difference that's related to the degree of sociality and empathy and attention to others and all those sets of traits that you spoke about that evolved in humans, the ability to see the other's perspective, to reflect. So men who have more of it have more oxytocin, and it functions as a biobehavioral feedback loop. It's that when you hug and when you touch and when you attend and when you empathize, you get more oxytocin. But this was the first finding that told us that men are biologically prepared, human fathers are biologically prepared for caregiving, but also that men have to work for their biology to be triggered. So it's like we always say that women get it for free. If you consider 9 months carrying a baby and labor nursing for free, you get it for free. Dads won't. Their biology would not change just by having a baby. If you're not involved, if you're not making the effort, if you're not going to synchronize, and synchronizing is hard. You have to attend to the baby, to that special baby's rhythms, to that special baby's messages and communication and time and schedule. And only then, and you have to really want to undertake the role of being responsible for that human being, for the growth and development of that human being. So fatherhood is really tightly connected to your effort and your involvement and your attention to that specific child, and that
restlessness, inquietud.
I would like to get. So fatherhood is the best investment in yourself that you could do, and that fatherhood would pass you by if you don't make an effort. And then the third cycle, we went into looking into the brain basis of parenting, and here, thanks to James, you've made the introduction. There is the subcortical structures that we share with other mammals that allow mammalian mothers or mammalian fathers in species that do parental care to care for their infants. And on top of those subcortical systems, human evolved system related to resonance and reflection and prefrontal to foresight. And all those are connected via multiple ascending and descending projection to create that parental brain, or the brain basis of attachment. It's instilled in children in the context of parental care, and then they carry it later. So our longitudinal studies show that those children will activate the same attachment network to their lovers, to their friends, and then eventually to their own children. So the fathers and mothers are able to, the changes that happen in their brain when they care for their infants is then imprinted into the child's brain through synchrony, through sensitive behaviors, through sensitive interaction, and behavior and biology work as a feedback loop, and children then carry it for the next attachment they will carry in life. And this is parental, and I'll just end with that. We have done studies of the paternal brain, both in fathers who are secondary caregiver, involved with secondary, but also in gay fathers who are primary caregivers. So fathers who were having babies through surrogacy and without maternal involvement since birth. And there's nothing missing in their brain, whether the father was a biological father or the other father. In every gay couple, the other father was an adoptive but invested father. We follow these families until the children are now adolescents, and fathers are, when they are committed, their brain activates just like mothers, and whether you're biological or just through caregiving, it's all the same. Now just one word about the last set of studies in my lab. We study brain-to-brain synchrony. You'll see it, I think, tomorrow, right? In the movie. In infants and their fathers and their mothers, in children 3 to 6 and their fathers and their mothers, and in adolescents 11 to 14 with their fathers and their mothers. And what we see is that the level of synchrony, just like behavior synchrony, just like hormonal synchrony between children with their mothers and their father, when we're talking about brain-to-brain synchrony, levels are the same number of connections, but the connections are in different parts of the brain. So fathers and mothers connect to children in different parts of the brain, and here there are examples. Even infants 5 to 10 months old activate their medial prefrontal cortex when they are in communication, both with their mothers and with their father. But there was something very interesting, that with the infants, the synchrony rolled on theta rhythms. Theta rhythms are the rhythms of the baby brain, the lowest rhythms. Alpha is the rhythms of the adult brain, the predominant rhythm is. So fathers push the rhythm. Baby mother synchrony is on theta rhythms. Baby dad synchrony is on alpha rhythms. At child, we add the beta rhythms. Baby child mother synchrony is in alpha. Child father synchrony is with the beta. Adolescent adds the gamma. Alpha, theta, alpha, beta, and gamma. Child mother synchrony is in the beta. Child father synchrony is in the gamma. Meaning that there's something about the interaction with father which biologically, through synchrony, pushes the child's development forward. And this is why fathers are so important. So this is what we do, and I would really like to get this out to the public.
Eduardo, just can I ask, as you talk about the work you do, but I'd be curious if you could also share towards the end the origin of your restlessness that led you to organize this conference.
Yes, I was planning on doing that as well. So briefly, I was trained as a biologist. This is important because I think it explains a little bit, as Brett said, that I like being a silo connector. I was trained as a biologist, and I studied crabs, and I went to California to do my PhD, thinking that I would study alloparental care in capybaras, the largest rodent in South America. And then that didn't work out, and I'm trying to figure out what to do. And because we wanted to have children, I know already, this was just beginning my PhD, I wanted to have children with my wife. And she decided I'm going to study kitty monkeys, because that's going to be easier to do. I said, you know what, let's get our PhDs done, let's have the kids. And so I started working with kitty monkeys, with my mentors who were pretty much doing research on pair bonding and attachment. There's no fatherhood in my class at the time. So that's how I got my PhD. I focused on understanding pair bonding, sex differences in kitty monkeys. And I went to Argentina to start a project in 1996 with the Leaky Foundation. Today, we're collaborating in live streaming this conference, for example. And in Argentina, we are not Brazil in terms, we may be better than Brazil for soccer, but not for primate diversity. So I was very fortunate that of the 4 primate species that we have in Argentina, the monkeys were one of them. They are pair living, they are pair bonding. And then I learned that they're, with the kitty monkeys, the best dads in the world, in the primate world, definitely. So I've been doing that for a long, long time. And over the course of these almost 3 decades, what we managed to put together with some colleagues, I definitely need to mention my colleague and friend Tony DiFiores, we have a system where we've been studying pair-living primates in the field and the lab. So we look at kitty monkeys, we look at owl monkeys, we look at sakis in the Amazon forest of Ecuador, now through the work of David Wood in Peru, in Argentina. But I've also done some work. We try to also address the same questions with captive populations of owl monkeys and kitty monkeys at national primate centers in the US. So that's what we've been doing, and I'm trying to share briefly some of the major findings that connect to what we've been hearing from all these wonderful colleagues and research. For one, in all these, in the kitty monkeys and the owl monkeys, you find the highest survival rates of any primate species. Over the course of 28 years, we've recorded roughly over 300 births, and about 90% of infants survive to 6 months, maybe 85% survive to a year. So you get the high survival rates in association with systems where you have biparental care. And I am deliberately not saying that one causes the other, but they seem to happen together. It's a big question why they happen together. You have that. The other thing that you have in kitty monkeys and owl monkeys is that the male who then takes care of that young is with the infant from day 1. So that male is sniffing the female's genitalia when the baby is being born, it's licking, it's being touched. Within 2-3 days, that male is taking full advantage of that sensitivity period. That I'm getting a little confused with the panels. I thought it was during the first panel that we talked about the sensitivity period. So these fathers, these males providing care, let's call them to see what I call the fathers. These males providing care are really with the infant very, very early on in life, and they will do everything but nursing for the rest of their lives. I'm holding on calling them fathers because it took us really, which is another huge finding from the project, it took us 10 years to start getting genetics. For those of us doing evolutionary biology who are listening to Alison and to Lauren talk about the evolution of some of these patterns, we needed to know if that male making a high investment on those young is really the biological father of those young. Because evolutionarily speaking, why would you invest so much on an infant you give inside her? So over the course of all these years, we have now, I think it's like 120 dyads of putative father and infant, where in every single time the male who was providing care is definitely the most likely father of that infant. Owl monkeys are probably the only mammal species, not just primate species, for which you have that kind of robust genetic data confirming that it is paying off in an evolutionary sense to invest in young that you had sire. And the last piece of the last finding that we're learning about in the last few years through the work of my colleague, Dr. Alba Garcia de la Chica, which is also quite remarkable, is that for every single way in which he's looking at the data, it seems like infant survival drops more when the infants lose their father than when they lose their mother. And this is something we need to discuss later because I think it was Lee who was speaking about some effects of father care during adolescence. Same with the monkeys. We see the highest effect of losing your biological father, not when you're a dependent infant, but when you're already a fully independent juvenile. And to finish my restfulness, I know we're going live. I know that whatever I say can end in any kinds of places, but I don't mind saying it because I've shared with you so many times. I need to admit and share that what's become almost a passion, restfulness for addressing issues of fathers and fatherhood is driven by several things. I have 3 wonderful boys, and we raised them with my wife, side by side, all along. I've been doing research on taxa, where the males are amazing dads, and I worry about the state of men in the US and the world. I worry about the state of boys, I worry about the state of men, I worry about the state of fathers. So sadly, part of this restfulness, sadly, part of this passion is because I feel like I will not sit down and accept that nobody's pointing at all the virtues that come with being a man and a father. And I understand that many people may not feel like saying it, may not be feeling like speaking about this, but it's out there and we know it. We're just listening. I mean, we heard from Natasha, and she's a female researcher not getting her fatherhood funding. Well, imagine being a white male trying to get funding for studying men. So that's sadly, that is a reason, as much as it is seeing what we can do. I am hoping that the positive feelings are overcoming those in saying, where do we go from here? And wherever we go, we need to do it together. Men and women, that's their sad thing, that we cannot get the best solution to the situation unless we all work together. It has to be a parenting. Parenting in the sense that Natasha told us, that includes mothering and fathering. And I'll stop there.
Thank you. Hold on to for a second. I just want to point out that Eduardo waited for our Brazilian colleague to leave the room before stating that Argentinians were better footballers, for the record. So now get into kind of how to get this sort of outside the world. At breakfast, Jacqueline and I were sitting together, and we were talking about the challenges that she as a communicator, me as an advocate, face when we work with scientists, and we want to say something that's compelling, that convinces someone. And she was describing that sometimes people are willing to let her say something if she prefaces it with, "It is potentially plausible." Now, I can't say that when I'm talking in a policy setting. So what I want to ask you for is, what arguments can I use, what science can I use without saying it's potentially plausible, that we should really be promoting this closeness of fathers with their children? What arguments can I use to make the case to men, to mayors, to society in general? What are the ones that you would suggest? And you already started to talk about it. I mean, you started to talk about survival rates. You started to talk about being better at work or taking others' perspectives. You earlier talked about babies as the antidote to many things. But what are both the arguments and the facts that you will let me as scientists go out in the world and use?
I would feel very comfortable, and I think because I'm talking to team members, that we will all be very comfortable saying that we have very, very robust evidence. You can go and say that when you look at our monkeys for 3 decades, 4 generations, what you find is that in a system where the father, because we know it's the father, is involved in providing care to the young from day 3, it's not 1, day 3, from week 2, you get the highest survival rates for any primate species. So, why and how, that's more So I would choose that one.
But just to play that out a little further, so I'm going to play the sort of devil's advocate, and I say, but those are monkeys. You know, what does that have to do with me?
I would say that you got a COVID vaccine that was initially tested in mice, and we did not complain. So and the other oxytocin you're talking about, 41 years ago, the first paper that was published by Getz and Sue Cutter, some of you know Sue Cutter, the first paper was published in Behavioral Ecology and Sociobiology in 1981, because Sue learned from his colleague that he was walking the prairies of the Midwest and noticed that some prairie voles were found in pairs and others were not. He was doing with prairie voles what we were doing now with our monkeys. These pretty much everything we learned about oxytocin, regulating peer bonding and attachment, and any topic you choose on oxytocin was learned because somebody was chasing prairie voles in the meadows. So why couldn't we get a say? Who knows what we're going to be talking about in 10 or 20 or 30 years about what we learned from studying our monkeys or chicken monkeys in the field.
Yeah. Funny you should mention oxytocin. Could you pass the microphone to Ruth? So for you, what are the key arguments, the facts, the ones that we can go out and talk to men and to women about in the world?
So when you image the father's brain, you see that the consolidation of father's brain and the similarity to the mother's brain depend on two factors. A, the number of caregiving activity a father does. So fathers need to do feeding and bathing and taking to doctors, not just staying home playing. Then there's something else, is that it's the amount of time father spends with the infant alone, caring for the baby alone, not in the presence of mother. So those two factors, and it has to be before 9 months of age, before the first major reorganization of the prefrontal cortex in an infant. So the first 9 months, the more a father, the more caregiving activities a father performs, and the more time a father cares for the baby alone, not in the presence of the mother, would consolidate his brain. And then when we follow these families until children were adolescent, we see that the organization of the father's brain lead to not only changes in parenting, but to children better emotion regulation, a more organized stress response, better immunity, less mental problem, better school achievement until adolescence. So the consolidation of the father's brain is very important. Time alone with the infant before 9 months of age, and a range of caregiving activities. Make sure it should be included in policies.
And for you, so you're talking about the benefits to the child. Are there also benefits to the father that you would? Sorry.
Eduardo from. So then, that I said before,
Yeah.
fathers are happier, they engage in a happier marriage, they're better at work, they're better bosses, they have more dialogical skills, they have a better emotional range, they know how to resolve their angers better, and they just report this is the best experience they have.
Yeah, thanks.
I heartily agree with everything Ruth just said. It's time and intimate proximity that really is setting the stage. And it's important, clearly, for infants, for all the reasons that we've heard today and that you've just mentioned. I agree with Eduardo about the benefits to men from this. I also agree that it's very careful not to make this, mothers, of course, benefit, but this is not a feminist issue. Infants benefit, of course they do, but it's not just an infant development issue. And for all the reasons Eduardo mentioned and many more that we've heard today, men benefit from it, with it. But I want to mention some of the ways it addresses current crises in our lives today. And I'm going to mention 3 of them. The first, of course, is what everyone is talking about, the crisis in fertility. Countries like Italy and Spain and Japan and Korea falling way below replacement fertility. And I want to call your attention to a wonderful new economic study by a group, James Ferrer and his colleagues at Dartmouth, on will the stork ever come back to Europe? And they do all these economic surveys, and Claudia Golden, Nobel Prize winner, she's been talking about that study a lot. Well, there are two things that really can help the stork return to highly developed countries, which we are one of, along with much of Western Europe, Denmark and Norway. It's, of course, subsidized, highly available, high-quality childcare, yep, and help from the partner. Okay, that's crisis number one that we can address. The fertility doesn't go back up to like 6 the way it was in the United States in the 19th century, but it goes above replacement, which I think that's a really cool and important study. The other crisis, of course, is the one we hear all this whining about. What are we going to do about the problem of boys, raising boys? We're going to hold them back. We're going to redshirt them. We're going to do this and that. They feel displaced. They feel like they don't matter. You want to matter, care for somebody, and they make you matter. They love you. You want to matter, care for a baby. They pay you back big time. The kind of dopamine that Lauren O'Connell tells us about. You get those surges. Babies pay you back for loving them. Is it always easy? No. And just like we've always known, mothers need a lot of social support when they care. Fathers need a lot of social support. And Michael's working on that. Yeah. Okay, that's good. And then there was another crisis here. Oh, yeah. We've got a big problem with our policymakers, guys. These guys are fathers and grandfathers. They seem oblivious. They really do. They seem oblivious to the planet. Their children and grandchildren, their descendants are going to occupy. Surely this is lesson number, this is 101 of evolution. Help your progeny survive. Well, somehow they just didn't get the memo. And what they're more interested in is status, staying in power, staying out of jail in some cases. And here's the thing. One of the things I've learned in the course of this research, which comes as a surprise to me, is yes, we do have, along with our inner fish, we have this inner chimpanzee, and men are going to compete for status. They have been sexually selected to do that for I don't know how many hundreds of millions of years. It goes way back even before fish, probably. And we also know that the species with more sexual selection than other forms of selection go extinct faster. That interests me. That interests me a lot, especially in this context. So one of the things I've learned is that over the course of the Pleistocene, the bipedal apes on the way to the genus Homo had a lot of trouble surviving, which is why most of the other hominin species went extinct back then. But our ancestors, in order to survive and produce any offspring at all, by then they were producing the costliest babies on the planet. Whales are in the ocean, but you know they really costly babies. How did they do it? They did it by cooperating and food sharing. And food sharing is a hallmark of human evolution, and it was critical. And in the process, though, of all that sharing, we actually changed men's minds. We made them more susceptible to what people like Mary Jane West Everhart referred to as social selection. They're responding to what other people think of them. They care about their reputations. So already, by 5 months of age, babies care what other people think of them. They want to appeal to their psychological preferences because we actually are different from other apes in that respect. I really believe that. And this makes us susceptible to changing definitions of masculinity. So let's respect men for being caretakers, for what they contribute to the society. That's where the state is there. Forget whether or not you're a billionaire. Forget whether or not your rockets are going to the moon. What are you contributing to society and to the people you live with? That's what gives you high status. And, you know, female reproductive autonomy could be part of that because maternal choices could matter. But, you know, there's a backlash against that way of thinking. right now, and we are in a crisis, and this is turning me from being purely a scholar who's never wanted to be particularly an advocate into being an advocate for more male care in the hopes that time and intimate proximity could change the psychological priorities of some fathers who go on to become policymakers.
Can I follow up?
Of course.
Yeah.
On what you call the second crisis, but I'm trying to connect to my pledge to really address this, all of us together, moms and dads. And something that not just from the conference, I mean, I've been reflecting on this now for some time. We need to hear more from the mothers. If you want the fathers to really embrace this idea that being a father is great, we need our mothers to be talking about how great it is. Because most of what I come across is taking care of your kids is work. And it's work that when you go to the office, I say home. So that is not helping the cause. I mean, we need mothers to also speak up and say, yes, of course, there are times when I'd rather be somewhere else than home. But there are all these amazing things that I got in my life from raising kids. And those voices, for a long time, have not been as loud as those saying, dude, I'd rather be in the office than raising the kids. So I wonder how the kids feel about that when you hear moms pretty much describing, this is a job, this is work. So we need mothers. I mean, I imagine a wife saying, listen, dude, I mean, take care of your kids, trust me, this is fantastic. Yes, of course, I mean, sometimes, but we need more of that, I think. We need mothers sharing the joy they're getting to, I mean, it goes hand in hand with the difficulties, but there's not enough talking about the joys that come. If it is so much fun, why don't we hear more?
So we have about 15 minutes left, so just one more round and then we'll open it up. But the last question, and I think you're both beginning to touch on it, incidentally, last night you said that you don't have the temperament to be an advocate. I'm not sure that's true.
I said I didn't have the temperament to be a revolutionary.
Okay. Not sure that's true either. The last question is sort of, when we start to talk about these things in the public domain, when we start to sort of challenge very closely held norms, there are a lot of consequences to that. People do not necessarily receive this information well or in a welcome way. It can be threatening to someone's status and power. It can be threatening as a father. If I feel like I can't do this, it can be threatening to me. So there are lots of perhaps unexpected or unintended consequences of bringing this kind of science into the world. And I was curious if you could each say a little bit about what you think those are, the challenges, and maybe how you've already experienced it, maybe with your most recent book, and any insights about how to handle that as we sort of speak to the outside of the choir. Do you want to start?
Sure. Father Time was the hardest book I've ever written. It took 10 years, and I would wake up at night, in the middle of the night, have a incapacitating migraine the whole next day, spending the day vomiting. And what it was my own wrestling with how I had been trained, how I had been grown up. I grew up in Texas. I'd never even seen a man change a diaper growing up back in the 50s. And can this possibly be right? Can this possibly be true? And it was especially what Allison was talking about. It was the inner fish thing that really, really upset. There's a section of Father Time called Your Inner Fish. Boy, you can't imagine what it cost me to write that, because can this really be true? And, I used to teach courses on the evolution of sex differences. I'm sure Eduardo studied all that stuff, So that was really hard. The unintended consequences also bother me. One reason some societies are so warlike, I think, is that they had to band together to protect their property as you started to have property and settle down and things. Well, you need those instincts to protect your people and so forth. And unless we do this as a society, I'm very worried. And there's a lot of violence brewing. And they say that one reason Republicans aren't standing up more right now, I don't know if this is true, I have no knowledge of it, is that they're actually afraid for their personal safety. Well, wait a minute, maybe we need, as the novelist, whatever her name was, who wrote War Between the Tates years ago, said, Alison Lurie, we need men sometimes, if only to protect us from other men. Well, we need this testosterone-fueled men sometimes. Well, if we have a war, I have to tell you, everything's off the chart. Everything's off the table that we've been talking about. We need to take this into Ruth's domain, promoting peace, and also your domain, promoting peace.
So I was thinking that if we promote involved fatherhood, men who are involved fathers would tend to fight less and engage in war less, and involved fathering, I think, eventually will change society. There's a very nice review by a neuroscientist, Elizabeth Plagge, I don't know her, which she looked through human societies and primate societies, and she saw that the more people play in a society, the more opportunity there is for play, not only between children but also among adults. So I thought this is, to your question, Michael, promoting play is not as risky. People are willing, play. And those societies or those cultures or those species that play more have longer life, more relaxed life, lower stress response, more relaxed dominance style, better social relationships. They live longer, they enjoy their life more, they have more opioids in their blood, more oxytocin. It's good for them. They live in peace, they play. And perhaps playing with your child is less loaded a term than investing, parenting, caring for, going on parental leave. Just play, okay? And everything will get better when you play.
Just play and everything will be okay.
Exactly. The poet in you.
The problem was what could go wrong.
What could go wrong? Well, Ruth skipped it and she gave a solution to avoid things going wrong, but feel free to light the fire.
I will plagiarize, but I give Tyler Quinn, who is a PhD student in the School of Nursing at Yale. You're the one who got us talking and discussing. I'm teaching a course right now on fathers and fatherhood, and Tyler is one of the students in the course. And one of the things that he brought up, and I'm sure this is again, because now you're talking to somebody who's thinking public health, who's thinking much more applied than those of us studying maybe, I'd venture to say that probably less than those of us studying monkeys, fish, or frogs. He's thinking, what can I do that can go wrong? Because these are people, these are real people. And what he said is, how we're going to communicate, thinking about advocacy, all these suggestions, go and play, and you find joy, and you love it. And what happens if for some fathers, he doesn't do it for them. He doesn't do it for them, and now you feel awful. I mean, we've heard about that from the mothers, right? The mothers who really don't feel bad, but that in itself has also been a social issue. Mothers that feel bad because they feel like, I'm not functioning to the standard that I'm expecting, I'm not loving this. So that, I guess, he really left me thinking that that's something, of course, that we need to be prepared for. So I don't know, you are the one who's going to do the advocacy. My concern is how do we make these changes or just over lunch? I mean, this is like, you don't change a wheel while driving. How do we make these changes, particularly the kind of communities that Natasha was referring to, where you do not have the cushioning to implement some of these changes. I mean, if something goes wrong, somebody's going to suffer if this doesn't work. You need the whole thing to work. We're going to the OR. So what if some fathers, because of how they were brought up or whatever number of reasons my colleagues who are much more expert on this have alluded to, it doesn't happen for them. What are we going to do next? That's something that can go wrong.
Did you come up with an answer to the potential problem?
Make a play. Well, you need the kind of infrastructure and support that we lack for fathers. That we lack for fathers. I mean, it's remarkable. I invite you to browse the websites of the Yale University. Right? You just cannot find the word father in any of the parenting resources. So there's no counseling. There is no support. There are no human resources. There are no monitoring resources to support young boys, young adults, young men and fathers. And I'm trying always I can. And the answers I get, and I share this with you and whoever's listening, the answers I get are the answers that women did not accept when we were explaining why we do not have more women in math or in engineering. The answers I get are, oh no, but listen to everyone. Right? So we need more support for those fathers who are going to take the lead and try. We need to make sure that they're not penalized in their jobs for being a father. Mothers who are mothers and get a job, wow, you're doing both. Fathers, nobody notices.
We have 5 minutes left, so I'm just keep the mic for a sec. I'll come down and give Sarah the last word. But just one hope, one wish for what comes after this conference, out of this community.
Definitely, with the effort we've all made to be here, committed. Now I am looking at you. I'm so thankful. I've seen so few phones. I've seen you physically and mentally committed to the conference for the day. And we cannot get that via Zoom. There is no yet, somebody made a joke yesterday. We do not, AI could not do this. Maybe they will. So my hope is that we can commit to the kind of human interaction that we got today in the day, and we continue having in the evenings. We need to have more of this among us, among fathers, among students, and we need to go back to the full repertoire of human communication to address behavioral issues that really require the full human repertoire. So more of this.
I would say if we take a zoom out, I've been doing father research for 30 years. There have been a huge change in fatherhood. And I think we should not focus on hasn't been done, but the road that we have taken. And whereas the fathers, my generation, like my husband and our friends, didn't have a model, the young people I spoke the 2 young students that I spoke to on the table had engaged fathers. And I think young people now, many of them have involved that, and I think what we need is example, people in the media, the beautiful thing that you're doing, movies, examples of how sexy it is to be an involved dad.
Absolutely. I was much more optimistic in 2014 when I started Father Time than I am now. But they are things that give me hope. Knowing that there are going to be films like Jacqueline's coming out, it's a way to communicate with the broader world. It's a very sad truth that I have to acknowledge is people don't really read anymore, but they do watch movies, and that's great. The other thing that's giving me hope, though, is people like Michael and the Von Leer and Jose and Gary Barker at the Equimundo Foundation, who have figured out something really important, that you need to address whoever you're talking to, come at it from their perspective. How are they going to benefit? And, how are men, which Eduardo has stressed, how are men going to benefit? We heard that the first night we were here, someone saying, well, people just want to matter. They want to, yes, men want to matter. And this is a way to matter. So these movements do give me hope. And I'm just looking here for something I heard. I happened to stumble into something called Women's Lives as a Battleground at the New York Historical Society. I was just passing through and stopped in, and there it was. This is a quote from Frederick Douglass 100 years ago. The American people have a right to be indignant of those who make themselves minister of despair when they should be ministers of hope. So, you know, I'd like to be hopeful.
Thank you. I'm not going to try to synthesize and summarize. I find solace in a collective sense of restlessness. I find hope in the idea that giving more men the opportunity to have this kind of relationship with an infant is an opportunity to experience a kind of love that is what we're here for. And sadly, many men in the past may not have experienced that. I often think about that with my own father. And also being part of community. So it's been wonderful to be with all of you, and may we all find our inner fish. Thank you. Yeah.
We invite you, we're going to go back to the format we did for panel 1 because we had some microphone issues. So we invite you to continue the conversation at your table, or if you want to change tables, feel free to do that. And then we take some questions that we did with panel 1, right?
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Thank you, Michael.
Thank you.
And I don't know if it is a crazy idea, an idea that I've been mulling over for some time.